and find something you're passionate about besides Ziggy.
Oh, right. I have my phone open to pull up chat, and right then advertisement came up. I forgot the volume was all the way up. Hey. Ah! Oopsie. I didn't mean to do that. I just plugged in my sound thing. Because I was thinking, man, I need a new I really do like that intro. I think it's short and sweet. And different. But I'm feeling like I need a new one. How's everybody doing? I was just over at Daisy's. Crazy Crime and Critters. You know what? She's really not too bad. Like, she seems like a nice person. I just don't care for Ziggy V. And it's not anything to do with Daisy or her channel. It's not that I don't like Ziggy V. It's just that I don't trust her. I mean, she sent me very hateful messages, and even a few recently, since Jim's passed, as a way to, try to hurt my feelings or whatever, saying things about Jim, blah, 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 telling me I deserve whatever, just a bunch of hateful stuff. I really don't care for ZV, and it has nothing. I don't care about the stuff she sent me. The truth is the truth, no matter what she sends me, and I just do not trust her. I do believe, though, that she did have a conversation with, or have a short friendship with Grandis through Messenger for a short time. No, I mean, she was really nice to me when I went in there and stuff, so I appreciate it. And they were making, I think we have very similar beliefs, like right now, on this case. Remember how to close that. So I'm pulling up a map here. Who? Ziggy V? Yeah, Ziggy V is nothing but trouble, to be honest, in my opinion, but it's okay if, like, any of you guys don't go by what I say. That's just from my experience with her. I don't know what that means, Gina. I don't know. But hey, I was trying to understand what you were saying. I'm just not going to address, I'm going to try to stay off that type of stuff. But otherwise I won't be able to continue doing YouTube because it's just too negative, But like yesterday was really good. Everything went really well, and it felt like old times. No, everyone doesn't have a wrench. Maybe most of the people talking. Oh, yes, I will. I will set the record straight about that. I sure will. But this is it. I'm not going to be discussing it back and forth. Okay. Sorry. No offense or anything, but I will address the credit card statement thing because it's only fair. And I'm always, it's very important to me to be honest, no matter what. And that credit card statement does not seem to be altered. What had happened, why the confusion, and I tried to explain it to her through email, is because I've given her $300 through Venmo, and I'm pretty sure $85 right to the card, but I could be wrong, but we'll say minimum $300. And I've had 2 payments. Well, the first one was $75 and the second was $225. But what they did is they told me last month's was $225, and then they're coming today, this month, and tell me $225. So they're trying to get $450 out of me instead of $300. And just like right now, I do expect to pay more than the minimum payment. It's just like right now, it's just like really a hard time this month, So, but yeah, so I was confused because I didn't understand how come when I added up the math and did the average came up to $82 a month for the minimum payment over the 20 year, if you pay minimum payment for 20 years or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, somebody has to be lying. I know I saw a $75 minimum payment. And they kept telling me I didn't see that. I'm like, yes, I did. And that's the problem. This time, I don't think in Cindy's defense, I do not believe the credit card statement. I believe I was wrong about that after I saw Nicole's explanation in a reply. And then I understood. I was like, what my total was the average of what the minimum payment would be with those. So yeah, but anyways, they keep saying I haven't paid the minimum payment. Well, I've gave over $300 and there's only been 2 payments, and one was $75 and one was $225. That's $300. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's it. But anyways, I will definitely be paying more on it anytime or here soon. No, the minimum payment for this statement was $225. But I'm not going back and forth. It's my business. I don't go back and forth with your guys' credit card bills and stuff like that. I just think it's fair for me to let it be known, even though they don't clear up anything that they lie about. But I don't see why it has to be on beyond that. After clearing that up, I don't see why it has to even be on YouTube. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the minimum payment will fluctuate. And that's, for some reason in my mind, I was thinking, I figured the average, which came up to $82 a month. If I paid $82 a month, it would take 20 years. But they were making it look like if I paid $225 a month for 20 years, that it would take 20 years if I paid $225 a month. I've never said I was just going to pay the minimum payment. I've never said that. That's their thing. They're all getting all worked up and everything. That I'm just saying that's that was our agreement, is to just pay the minimum payment. But I'm not saying that was what I'm going to do, but I was just saying that I shouldn't be required to pay over it because that was a agreement. I'm going by the agreement at the time that I accepted the loan. You know what I mean? So anyways, that was not altered. And that's why I took down the post and the video on it after I saw I was like, oh yeah, that number's the average, because the interest does fluctuate, because as it goes down, it only takes 1% of the balance. It's 1% of the balance plus the interest. No, it won't take 220. It won't take 20 years if I pay $225 a month. That's wrong. It's an average of $82 a month. This minimum payment was just much higher because of the interest of the amount for the first. The first month was only 75 because they only charged 1% of the balance, and they hadn't calculated interest yet. The next one was now 225, but it's not going to stay 225 forever. It's going to go down drastically. Actually, it's going to go down to $82 average over the course of 20 years, but that's going to be probably going down kind of slowly. I'm doing what I was told. It's not your guys' business. The agreement was a minimum payment. So I'm not here to get advice from anybody. I'm just here to clear that up. Okay. So anyways, let's talk about summer wells, because that's what this channel is about. Well, not just summer wells, but so I do apologize, actually, Cindy, I do apologize for putting that out incorrectly. Okay, so right here is 162 Fields Road. That is, I believe, the property in question over off of Fields Road that is owned by the Bernards. Let me see here. Can you go over who the person was that Fred saw Candace in her car? Yes. It was somebody named Chad. Yes. I still haven't talked to him, but I think he's probably, by this time, I'm sure he's quite aware that I'm trying to get a hold of him. So it's my belief that he probably is just not wanting to talk. I don't know, but I just want to hear directly from him the time that he saw Candace, because now we have a different time. We're told it's 4 to 4:30, but before I was told it was 4:30 to 5, and that's important. Okay. Anyways, I wonder why nobody sends me emails. Like, people just want, this is not going to be about, this channel is not about my life anymore, guys. Sorry. I learned my lesson. So this is not about my life. I'll share what I want to, but until all you guys come on here and, share your financial stuff, then because honestly, like, it's all been put out there. But yes, it was somebody named Chad. Chad is the brother of Jason Arnold. Here, I'll pull that up real quick, actually. Who Jason Arnold is. Actually, does Penny still have her? Well, I heard on Daisy's that supposedly Don's threatening or cracking up because he said he's playing some kind of trick on Prayer Garden tonight. Let's see. Jason Arnold. Okay. Remains found in 2017 identified as those of missing Churchill man. Probably won't let me read this. Actually, I think I have a subscription to Rogersville Review now. So this is Jason Arnold, and his brother is the one who saw Candace at the end of the driveway of Fred and Laura. Okay, this right here, this was initially a missing persons case. This is the guy that Fred was telling me about in my first conversation with him, that his best friend was murdered, and he was telling us that there was a lot of corruption in the police department in Hawkins County. I didn't know what Fred was talking about at the time because I didn't know who Jason Arnold was or whatever. And actually, at that point, Fizzle had already made a video about this situation. So that's crazy that she was able to find much information on this and even know about it to even come up, because it's hard to find information on this situation for some reason. And I did talk to his mom when I was out there, and like I said, she really would like people to help. Right, Mama T? Thank you. Well, Mary, unfortunately, this world is not all like, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, I wish that she was alive too, you know? I do. I don't want to say these things. And unfortunately, I have to be the bad guy when I relay messages, you know? I mean, I could have not said it at all. There's several things. There's several things. Like most of the stuff, I've been so beat up over here on YouTube about, you know, everything. Every single time I've come up with something from you guys or a source or whatever, every single time. Notice it. Notice when Cam and Allie come out with something new. Every single time people attack. But it helps, like, with the timeline. It's good to know, to take into consideration. It helps put puzzle pieces together, because think about it. Like, we're told that Candace drove down to that church. Is it the Mount or the one at the end of Fields Road? Is that the one that she supposedly drove down to? Because if so, that's very weird. Aw, well, thank you, Mama T. I appreciate that. I just ask that people are treat me fairly, you know, not just don't just because you don't like me for whatever reason, you know, don't instantly be like, scammer. It's not fair. And actually, in this community, that should be we shouldn't be doing that, because we're supposed to be finding the truth here in this community about cases, or trying to anyways, or discussing them. So to put out false information just because you don't like somebody or like the creator is just, it causes a lot of misinformation. And even, I know it is tough for me even to put or even to say these things because we don't know it for a fact, right? And I want to be really careful about muddying the waters anymore because there has been so much misinformation put out that we've taken into consideration that probably that we later find out's not correct. Like now we're hearing supposedly Candace didn't walk down to Fred's end of the end of driveway. She was driving, so that's, I mean, it makes sense. I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up here throughout. I'm not going to be arguing though. It's going to be about facing with your neighbor. Yeah, he was Amber J. He was found deceased behind his house, and it was like they found his partial remains. See, human remains were found in November 2017. Okay, so it was 2016 that he went missing. He went missing on December 29th, 2016. And then a little less than a year later, his remains were found in November 2017. Okay. And it was found on his property where he lived. But how come it took a year from 2017, November 2017, to January 30th? Well, I guess it wouldn't be, let's see. She said, the mom said she didn't know for a whole year that they had found her son. They said it took a year to identify the remains. I don't know. She said they were sent down to Texas and that she didn't understand that because everybody else is sent over to Johnson City. I don't know. I'm just repeating what she said. I probably have some of the conversation recorded. I'll have to listen. She was the sweetest, cutest thing. I'm telling you, she's so little and just, oh. And she's single, guys. I don't know if it's just people talking to Ellie. That's why I'm messaging. I've been messaging Fred, and it takes me messaging about 20 times till I finally get a response. Usually it's Laura though, because Fred's just not very good with technology and, so she usually responds, but I want to get it on recording so you guys can hear for yourself. And that way we can hear what he said, where he says he heard that at, because I don't want to misspeak for sure. But I want to say he heard it from law enforcement somehow, overheard it or something. But because like I said, Fred was the one that informed law enforcement of that area over here. They weren't even aware that the Bernards owned another property. Here's the church Mount Carmel Free Will Baptist Church. Do you guys think it is possible? I mean, it's a coincidence or what that they set up shop right here? I mean, it is pretty close to Ben Hill Road. Ben Hill Road is very, about a mile down Beach Creek, probably. Oh, right here. Because there's Simpson Road. There's Ben Hill. So here's Dawn and Candace's. And I could have sworn too that Fred said that Bell Road goes all the way back to Ben Hill, but I cannot be positive about that. Right here, what's this? I know there is a road, that Bell Road does go pretty far. Like right here, look. Look. I wonder if Because see, here's Bell Road, here's Ben Hill. I wonder if there's a road that cuts over. Because if there was, that would be a way for them to avoid the cameras down there. Oh no, that's, see, like right here looks like there could possibly be something. She's beautiful and sweet. Oh, she's the sweetest. I wish I would have got her phone number. I mean, I'm sure I can find it and stuff, and she'll remember me. But we talked for like over an hour for sure. And while we were standing there, Hawkins County police kept passing by for some reason. I was like, oh no, because I was driving around Church Hill a lot trying to find. I had been looking for Chad the whole time I was there, and I knew his mom was staying somewhere in Church Hill, and actually it was Tim that I think sent me I was on the phone with her. I think she sent me the address because that she thought it was. And I went over there to that address, and it was his mom's, and he wasn't there, but I guess he's just like, he's always on the go. Yeah. Dogs did hit on Fred Hill's property. Hey, G Crime. So it looks like to me, it sounds like to me, I mean, I need to have Fred say it himself, but I do know he did tell me that the dogs hit at his property and his mom's. So that is concerning. But at the same time, Fred told me this time that he believes that they were trying to set him up. And he said it's very possible that they were trying to put her in one of those vehicles that he was towing out. But I don't know. But according to Fred, he did tell me, I mean, he didn't seem worried at all. Like, he was just like, they hit on near the bottom of my driveway, down. So all the way at the end of Ben Hill Road, where he's seeing Andy and them come down, because he's going back and forth to his mom's, which is right here, I believe. Yeah, that's his mom's. And then his property is right here, I believe. Hold on. Let me know. I can really help a lot with Jason. Not much about the death, but some very important things that could have led up to it. Oh, yeah. Email me, Michelle Reed. Are you one that went to whose house? Bo. To whose house? I really don't know. I still believe Fred, because I mean, he's never been like, I don't know. He never says, I don't know, or, hesitates like Andy was doing. He just freely speaks like normally. What's the likelihood you can arrange Fred to come on panel sometime? Yeah, very, very low. Do you know any locals that would help him connect to Wi-Fi? That would be so enlightening. I was hoping to get them to, take him out to eat and maybe do something like that. But I could only catch him, everything's so far away. To get to Wi-Fi, it's 20 minutes, or to any cell service. And so I'd have to go their truck. I think they got their truck fixed now. Mary, where did you hear that at? Did you hear it from him, or where did Pruitt say that? Do we have it recorded? No, what they're really saying, Brown Skittle, is, well, it did come from Ziggy. Even though, I don't know why people give me such shit. Everything, the CPS, what people call a CPS report, which was not a CPS report at all. I did not see a CPS report. It was somebody who had worked in that area at one time, according to them, and it seems to have been correct info. Oh, was somebody waiting backstage? What's OG drama saying? Oh yeah, is that guy's name Michael? OG drama. Lights showed you bones. It was Fred that showed me, not the lights. But yeah, it was me that went down. I'm the one that spoke to Fred. Actually, 5. He's blocking you. BC Warrior and BK called them on a live today. Okay. Do you guys think that Pruitt would be honest? That there was what did they ask exactly, though? Because it was not said that. I'm wondering how it was. I don't want to play his live because he struck me over some BS and he's just being petty. But did they mention it like there was some disturbed land in the area that looked like there could have been a shallow grave, or did they say was Summer Wells buried there in the move? Because there's no proof of that. If they knew that, then they would probably be saying that she's more than likely deceased. But from what I was told, Fred was saying it as if there was disturbed land, and it was because of that they started getting all strict about, not telling where they've been searching. And Robin said they only allowed her up around the hill around 10 that night after the dogs had finished up. So how do I feel about him, a person? I thought he seemed like a really good person. He's honest about his drug use and stuff. He tells me, he talks about the bad stuff and the good stuff about it. He's very open. People were saying in here last night about Dave Radar, mentioning about a shallow grave. I don't think Pruitt would be honest about this in this case. Yeah, and I don't think that was I don't know, guys. If he would say something and come public like that and say something like that, somebody would automatically know, oh my gosh, they're onto us, or I don't think they want, because right now it's hearsay. Yeah, no, I don't think so. But I think it's so funny though how you guys all kiss Fred's ass when Benny's all about him. And then then I'm not saying you guys, but some of the people that follow him, they're like, as soon as Benny changes his mind about Fred, everybody's like going along with it. Be your own person. Don't go by like what a creator says. When it's clear that some of these people are change their opinions just to, I mean, you guys should know what's going on when the creators are becoming buddy with Dawn and stuff. We've all tried it before. We've all tried to get information. It does not happen. Nope, that's not what I said, Mama 5. I did not, absolutely did not say that. So do not put words in my mouth, please. Oh, really? Dumby, what would give you that opinion? Do you know Fred or something? Or have you heard a straight out live from him? Because I'd like to hear it. We know law enforcement lies all the time and that they're allowed to. But anyways, I would still, I would still take it in consideration and in the back of your mind. I wouldn't take it as a fact, but it is something to note. You know, if we go up to and call Pruitt and ask him if Andy was seen on camera that day on Ben Hill Road, do you think he's going to freaking say yes? Come on, guys. No, I didn't, Mama 5. Stop arguing with me. Bye-bye. I absolutely did not say that. No. You guys, that's like not at all what I said. I said Fred was saying that there was an area that looked like a shallow grave, where a shallow grave had been, over off of Fields Road near the Bernard, or on the Bernard property, or near the Bernard property. I think, like, I don't know exactly where he said. We need to get in his words, but I do know it's over there off Fields and Bell. There was what looked to be an area where possibly where there possibly could have been something buried. That's it. We don't have proof that it was Summer and that she was moved. I'm just saying, and it's weird though, after that, I mean, you just think about it. That's at the end of the road is where law enforcement set up. Here we go. Down here. Mount Carmel Free Will Baptist Church. And then the location that I'm talking about is right here. No, that's one. It's right. Is it this one? It's 172. I thought it was right here, but it says 104. 128. $162. Okay, yeah, it's this one. 162. Right here. And then down here is where they set up their all their equipment and stuff or whatever they had down there. And then according to Fred, that is why they stopped disclosing where we're being extra careful about disclosing where they were searching and stuff. I don't know. Who's do you have a channel, Bo Evans? Or are you a local? Well, it's Fred that told us about the dogs hitting, though. Dumb B. We wouldn't have known about it had it not been for Fred, right? I mean, unless other people mentioned it, I don't know. But I didn't even know about the dogs hitting over at his mom's, and he's the one that told me himself. So if he was really that worried about people knowing, do you think he would tell people? I mean, I guess it could be like that theory. The best way to hide is in plain sight. I guess. People need to go talk to Fred on their own and come to their own conclusion. I am the person that was with Ziggy when she talked to Fred the first time. He is just a country guy and seems very nice. Yep. Kathy is who was with me. I kept it quiet because of how bad people attacked Yennefer. But that was the same trip. And Kathy was with me. Weren't you with me you were with me the very first time I met him. Like the very, very first time. I was trying to think if it was you or Yennefer. I mean, you guys both were with me the same trip. Yes, they did check out. Oh, thank you, McBro. That's something. Yes, that's something that he mentioned. There is like behind Fred's mom's, there's like I don't know if that's what you're talking about. There's a big, it looks like a pond. But yeah, they checked that even, he told me. Fred is in his mid-40s. He looks like a country guy. Remember that horse running down Fields Road at the presser? That must have been close to Fields Road. You just want a monkey? Yes, the first time we talked to tree cutters. Yep. When someone is open and shares their good and bad without prompting, that's when I usually believe someone. Shade people who are veiled in their speech, I don't. Yeah, like when you're trying to, like when Candace said, oh, I walked Summer halfway to the house in their own yard. Really? Do you think Candace walked Summer or walked around everywhere Summer went? At all times? No. And none of us would have either. I don't care what you say. I'm not sticking up for her. I'm just saying, like, that's BS. Actually, and I'm not talking shit about her either, but that's to me what looks more suspect than. I guess it would be. I just wish people would talk to him, but everybody's acting so scared, and it's hilarious. And that pond dries up during the summer. You don't think Candace was home? Grandma was snoozing. Yeah, probably. What does everyone think of the suspects, Candace and Dawn, asking for money for lawyer? Yeah. Oh, okay. So thank you, Walter Cronkite. That brings me to the next thing that actually I heard on. Hold on, I was looking here at that Facebook that was made by Candace for Summer. Who is Daniel Huxley? Has anybody talked to him? Oh, let me. Is this it? Right, OG? I don't know, Dumby. You have to add in too the fact that he worked with law enforcement. Yeah, I don't know, guys. You're reaching a little bit, I feel like, but that's just my opinion. I think it's just I really don't think you guys really truly believe that. Because if there's nothing been suspect about Fred, really, unless you haven't been following very closely. I think that a lot of the people saying stuff about Fred are just like haters. I think Benny's just like mad that he didn't talk to him. I've been telling everybody, just go and talk to him. Just go and talk. But now, and guess what Fred said when I mentioned to him about Benny and Tim coming there, because I was being, nice and trying to help him out like nobody does for me. And he said, that's the guy who was talking shit about me. I was like, yeah. And I didn't know what to say because I'm like, well, I think now he believes you, but what, I don't know. I guess not. It depends on who Benny likes that week. Yeah, I don't think that was closed. I wasn't afraid of him at all, Bo. If Benny got to it first, it would be a different story. Exactly. Just, yeah, guys, don't look at it from who's the person bringing the information to you. I mean, I think it's so funny because everybody has done this to me about every single thing I've mentioned that hadn't really been, this whole shallow grave thing or whatever has already been mentioned, really. It's just to hear it from Fred and in that area. I mean, that makes sense because we know that they've been focusing in that area. There has to be a reason why they're focusing on Fields and Bell Road. Everyone has gone apeshit since you revealed this info, including Don and Candace. Oh, really? I was talking about BK, I think, Amber. Why are they afraid of him? They're afraid of him because he shot a guy. He claims in self-defense. He told me the guy shot at him. How many times did you guys say? Do you guys remember how many times the guy shot at him before Fred said he shot back? He went, got his gun and shot back. It hit him in the neck. The guy lived, but Fred didn't get in any trouble. It was considered self-defense. I don't know, Knuckles, what you mean. Oh, did she? I thought that she was saying negative things about it. I don't know. I thought she was, I don't know. I didn't see it. But watch, guys. Watch. Here in a month or so, everybody will be, still talking about it and into their theories and stuff. Well, if you don't believe in anything Fred's full of shit, then don't add it into your theories or into your, don't take into account Fred and Laura seeing Andy on the road at 3 to 3:30. Fred seeing Dawn on the road or on Ben Hill going up the driveway with the boys at 8:30 and 9 a.m. Remember, Fred was in and out of that day, and that's why it's really important. Did he go to no. Did he go to jail? I'm trying to remember if they took him to jail. I'm thinking they did arrest the Roy guy, the guy that got shot, because he got in trouble for breaking down the fence that the Redmonds had put up to keep him out off his own property. He couldn't access his own property because the Redmonds, in order to get to his property, he had to go on the Redmonds property to get to it, but the Redmonds wouldn't let him on his property. So he broke the gate that they made or whatever. And so he got arrested for that. I do know that. I do know he was arrested. Fred never got any trouble for it. Oh, okay. Tiffany Marie. I've never committed. Fred moved Andy's card? No. Fred saw Andy. According to Fred saw Andy on Ben Hill Road that day in the silver Kia Soul, all the way down at Ben Hill. All the way down at the end of Ben Hill, where he has no business being. Like, nobody goes down there because it ends. I mean, it doesn't really end, but the road to go up in the mountains, like, you can't get to unless the Redmonds let you access it. But I mean, I think as far as I know, you have to go on the Redmond's property to get up there, but I don't know. Mm-hmm. He won't. Yeah, he does know I record him. Yeah, he's heard everything that people say on here, guys. That's why he said that about Benny, is because Benny just talks so much shit. That's the thing. You can't. You get more bees with honey, right? Yeah, Fred is cousins with Andy Bernard, and Andy, everybody's related to everybody out there. So Fred's grandfather is Ben Hill. Ben Hill's son Ronald is Fred Hill's dad. Ben Hill's son, Ben Hill's, was it? Is Andy? I'm trying to think. Is it Polly? I think Polly's. Was it? Okay, so Ronald's sibling, which is Fred's dad, is the parent of one of Andy's parents. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, they're all related. That's the thing. They're all fighting over property out there. It's crazy. Remember those guys that JLR talked to that didn't like Fred? That's what their beef is all about. Well, kind of. Also, it has to do with the horse business deal. But Ed Redmond, it has been getting into it with Fred Hill forever about property disputes. Redmond supposedly wants that whole holler. So you remember what time the tree colors packed up and left that day? Why am I thinking 4:30 to? Why am I thinking 4:30 to or 3:30 to 4? Is that correct? Does anybody remember? No, it didn't use. I don't think it used to be theirs because, before William Goad and Don's mom owned it. I'm not sure who owned it before then, but I do know Ed Redmond. His house is Fred's grandmother's old house. So that would probably be the house that Ben Hill unalived himself in. He was really sick with cancer, I think. No, there's something on here that I really we need to listen to. This is a call. It's on JLR's channel, but it's between Dawn and Trevor Lee. And him and Dawn have a heated exchange. I also have another little video I want to play where that we listened to last night that people say that they hear Candace say he's going to R her. R stands for, SA. We'll just say that. Candace has a very, especially when she drinks, she's very hard to understand. So I don't know. I did take that clip and enhance it a little bit to see if we could hear it better. So we'll listen to that in a little bit, but I'm not sure it's clear enough for us to really say that's what's said, but we'll see. What do I think happened? I think it was it has to do with a trafficking ring of some kind, I think. Well, according to Haskell and his nephew, the monkeys are real, but I think it's like one of those, people have some weird superstitions, and they seem to truly believe that there's monkeys out there. Sounds crazy to me, but you don't think tree cutters could have known that it was summer for sure? Well, she had a bathing suit on that day, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, right? Or no? Did she have a bathing? She probably wasn't. She might have been wearing girl clothes. Okay, Michelle, thank you. Now I'm wondering if H was part of it. It's strange they didn't give his phone back. Which videos, Brown Skittle? Had that sweatshirt over it. Hearing owls? Yeah. She changed her bathing suit later. Yeah, I think you're right. Great pants picture, but I don't know if that's what she was in when they left, though, Marley, because she's trying to say that she put on those clothes later on, but that makes me suspicious. Does that make anybody else suspicious? That's another thing that makes me, it's kind of sets off alarm bells about that video with the milk cartons that Candace described it as if Summer was wearing something different on the way home than she was on the way out. Don't you guys think that's weird? And then that would explain why she was wearing long sleeve and everything, because everybody just thought that was so strange. Well, what if that video wasn't even from that day? And she had to tell that whole story about those being summer clothes for school because, maybe somebody saw Summer in different clothes on CCTV or something. Or they also had, she wanted to make sure to cover her tracks because, the tree people saw, according to them, allegedly they saw Candace that morning with Summer and the grandmother. And they stopped and talked to him. Randy, whoever he is, actually talked to Candace that morning, allegedly. Hey, Tennessee Poppy Seed. Yeah, they said that there's Bigfoot too, Smokey. Smokey, let me know if you want to be a mod again. I unmodded everybody, like literally everybody at once, so please, nobody take it personally. His mom and the mom's friend reprimanded him. It was all over him not being able to use his PS5. His friend spoke on Andrew's live and explained it all. The ranger said H overly exaggerated it all. I don't know what that's about. Really? I never thought that that was a different day. I never thought about that until like very recently. Because I would think that would be so easy to prove that it was on what day that video was originally created. Like, I want to know, I wish law enforcement would give us something, but of course they're not going to, because if they gave us just a little bit, I have a feeling we would be even more on these people's ass. Because I think they're staying completely quiet because they're onto somebody and they don't want to. Otherwise, I feel like if they didn't have anything right now, they might put out a breadcrumb or so. I mean, it has been what, like 17 months or something? 19 months, sorry. Weird how Candace would never mention those tree trimmers had a conversation with her. You'd think she'd tell every detail in order to find her own kid. Oh, I know. I almost got one too, West Virginia Mount Mama. I was looking at them a long time ago when I got sugar gliders. But they're just like taking care of a baby. That's they would, right. I wish that law enforcement would come out and let us know, like, if that video, if they found out that video was actually from a different date. Next time they call Pruitt, have them ask about that. Say, are you able to let us know if that video that was supposedly made the day Summer went missing, of her in the back seat with the milk, did you guys find out if that's was taken on that day, or who knows? Maybe they'll tell you, but I doubt it. But what if they came back and said no, it was not taken on the day? That would be highly, highly suspicious. But not enough to arrest Candace. Somebody says how Candace would have just. It's okay, Smokey. I'm with Don B on the legal custody theory. I don't think we've heard from LE besides they are waiting till the boys are legally out of Don and Candace custody so they can be witnesses at a trial. Oh. Because they're not allowed to be witnesses if they're still, if the Wells still have some type of custody over them, even if it is, or what type of custody would they have? I mean, they still have some kind of rights to the boys, I guess. They have a right to know about their medical issues and stuff like that. And schooling, I'm assuming. Look at her videos about Michael Dula, Paranormal After Dark. Remember that dude trying to hook up with Candace? Well, he's an arsehole. Oh, I know. Oh, gee, that was put out like that's funny that that's coming out again, because that was put out, that went all over this community about at the very a month or two after I started my channel. So like I think it was like October of 2021, because that guy contacted me and he wanted my help to clear his name. And I was like, I felt bad saying no, but that is so risky. He claimed, I don't know. I was like, I don't want any part of that, dude. I thought he left the internet. I mean, I thought he left YouTube. Lawson interviewed by the news station there when Don was in jail, and Lawson said Don and Candace weren't cooperating anymore. It sounded like they lawyered up. Yeah. Thank you, Emmy. The one guy that catfished Candace. He catfished Candace? Or Candace catfished? What do you mean he catfished her? I thought he went as himself. Or not went as himself, but did he send her pictures that weren't him and stuff? Oh, you didn't know about that, Rue? You didn't know about the Michael Dula guy? I haven't heard of him for like about a year or so, so I figured he left YouTube. But people must have just moved on to something else. He's a rock solid, ears closed kind of social media old school guy. He acted interested in Candace, but really wasn't. Oh, yeah. I was wrong. It could have been, what do they call it? Phishing, or what do they say? What's that term when law enforcement puts out info that's just completely incorrect as a way to try to get suspects to talk? Oh, really, Brown Skittle? You mean 2021? You mean 2021. So if they give him 18 months, then that means, you think in 10 days? 17, 18. It's like 8 days. Baiting. Did I say my theory? Yeah, I believe it's changed a lot, but it's pretty much stuck to recently. I was just sure that there was law enforcement involvement, but I feel very sure that there's some type of, it has to do with some kind of trafficking ring. I don't know that's with or without law enforcement being involved. I just definitely think it's something to do with trafficking. I really do. Especially, now we hear about this Marlena, what's her name? Crawford, stealing birth certificates and supposedly saying to Lips that, I mean, I want to hear it for myself straight. I wish that if Lips has something like that, I really wish that she would release it. Because that's really important. If Marlena really did confirm that she was supposed to be like the middleman as far as trying to find somebody to adopt the youngest Wells boy, that's very odd because Marlena was staying at Candace's house, I think up to 3, or I think she left like 3 days before Summer went missing or something. And she had been staying there for weeks. Then we hear rumors that about supposed pregnancy. What if, I don't know. What if Summer and the baby, maybe there was a baby. That was, I know it's crazy, but here, let's watch this. I need just a couple minute break. This is JLR. If the mods can share his channel. This is a phone call between Trevor and Dawn, I believe. He had 2 videos up, and I think that's this one. So if it's not, then I apologize, but I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
What's up, man?
I just returned your call.
Yeah, what the fuck's this bullshit you putting on my fucking shit, man?
What do you mean?
Well, hold on. I don't know. Did you post this or put this on here? Let's see. Where? Yeah, it's from exactly from messages from you. Where have I've been searching for your daughter, the one you gave up on a week into her disappearance. Are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking nuts? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What the fuck is that shit? You think I fucking give up on my daughter a week into her disappearance? Are you fucking nuts? You have no idea what I've been through, bro.
I mean, I've tried for this whole time to get you to do things, and as soon as we start talking about getting good things going, then this shit happens on YouTube. What is that?
Man, you don't know what I've been into. You don't know what we've been through and how much I've searched and all kinds of shit and how the fucking doors I fucking kicked down. You wasn't fucking here when I fucking kicked down these fucking his doors down the fucking road and shit by my fucking self. Wasn't nobody here to fucking help me, bitch. Don't you fucking tell me and come off to me like that. You weren't here. Who the fuck are you?
The person that's been out searching the whole time. That's who I am.
Hey, motherfucker, you think I ain't been fucking searching? Fuck off with that shit, bitch. You don't know what I've been through. Yeah. Number one. So don't fucking come off to me like that. Like you're holier than thou or some shit. You can fuck off with that shit.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay.
Man, don't even come off to me like that. Man, I've been out there fucking searching when nobody else has. I've been up here putting up with the fucking police and every fucking thing else, turning my fucking house upside down, throwing me in jail, interrogation, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, they threw you in jail because you committed a crime.
What?
In jail? That's because there was a crime committed. That's what happens.
Yeah, but that was later. In the beginning, though, I was out there searching and all kinds of shit going on. Where the fuck were you?
Out there searching.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, really.
You're gonna fucking text me and tell me I ain't been searching or some shit like that? You can fuck off, nigger. You think I don't fucking love my daughter or some shit like you're holier than thou or some shit? Don't even fucking come off to me like that, motherfucker. You fucking come out here to my house, and I'll show you who the fuck's been searching, motherfucker. I'll fucking run.
So I was going to stop right when he said, "Oh, kicking down these meth heads doors down the road." Don, you are not kicking down any meth head doors. Come on. You know that's not true. You were playing buddy buddy. You're talking about Fred Hill once again, because if you're not, then who are you talking about? You didn't go down and kick anybody's door in. You were down fishing for information, seeing what they heard. Saying, "Oh, I'll see her again in the resurrection." Please.
Your ass on the ground real fucking quick, bitch. Come out here to my fucking house right now and you fucking talk your shit to my face, motherfucker. You fucking think you're gonna play games with me?
You're searching.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, really.
You're gonna fucking tell me, if you're gonna fucking text me and tell me I ain't been searching or some shit like that, you can fuck off, nigger.
So yeah, Trevor has
I almost feel like he's talking to Trevor Lee. Is a guy who he donated some money for the reward fund. He was a college kid that donated that $1,000, wasn't he? But I think I understand how Don feels about being, you get to a point after you're being attacked, like where you feel you're being attacked by everybody, where sometimes like you just start, you're like, well, fine. If you're painting me as this bad guy, I'm going to be a bad guy. You know, I'll live up to it. And it's weird. It's like he's trying to, he is playing games, but and I'd understand it at this point after him, all that, you know, they've dealt with. I'm not saying I'm feel sorry for him or anything. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'd understand it more. But early on, they were playing games. It didn't make sense. Like real games that you wouldn't do, like with people who are actually trying to find your daughter. You know what I mean? He's playing like, it didn't make sense. I can understand. No, I don't understand him saying the N-word. I think it's completely ignorant. He's trying to get a rise. He's trying to he's trying to get a rise, obviously. That's why he keeps using that word. He used it on my channel that one time, and it almost made freaking news. News Nation, I think they talked about it. But he just keeps doing it because I think they sit back and laugh. Eyebrows. Eyebrows over there. Oh, sorry. That made me laugh. You still have the live stream? Yeah, I think so, OG. I need to put up the rest of my videos. I'm still have to make them all public again. No, he's a Smokey. This is him in this picture right here. Right here on the far left, holding the Summer Wells picture. He's young. He's 18, 19 years old. 19. Very young. I know, Mary. If I find out they're innocent, like, yeah, I'm going to feel bad. But I just really, it's hard for me to believe that that's going to happen. But I know myself, and I know I will feel bad but it's just, like I said yesterday, I do see sympathy or sympathy, empathy in Dawn. I don't see it in Candace at all. I think what I see though in Dawn, I feel more is like regret. I think he regrets. I think he feels regret. That's allegedly feels regret. That's just my opinion though. I do believe that he wishes he could go back and change things and do things differently. But I was hearing on Daisy's live earlier, one thing that was being said that is a good point. You guys remember Rick Crawford saying, well, Fred Hill saying Rick Crawford, who is Marlena Crawford's father, said that Dawn came to him really upset, crying, saying he regretted it, that they allegedly sold Summer to get rid of all their sins, or sacrificed Summer to get rid of their sins. That's what Rick Crawford says, but we haven't heard it straight from Rick Crawford, and that's crazy. But remember, that would kind of make sense why Dawn was so confident when he was saying, "Oh, I went down to Knoxville and got $7,000 worth of crack, and just to show I don't need money to." First of all, how does that prove that you didn't sell your daughter? I think that would do the opposite, because it would show that you have money. And then, you know what I mean? But he said, "Oh, I just wanted to show him I didn't need to sell my daughter to get crack." And Fred says that his habit's so bad that if you even mention the drug that Dawn is, he leaves and goes, and he has to get it. He's so hooked on it. I really hope that he didn't get back started on it, because after being in jail for a while, that would have been his perfect opportunity to finally be done with that shit. But from what I've been hearing, it does seem like to me that Dawn and Candace have been drinking again, allegedly. And Dawn says, in his own words, that when he drinks, he has to go get Coke. Was he a pastor? Sunfire, I know. I mean, I've been beat up on YouTube. I'm sure at a much smaller scale than Dawn and Candace. So I understand how it is to be unfairly, or to feel unfairly attacked and stuff. Especially, and feel like people don't have like any type of empathy because I had just lost Jim and stuff. Yeah, I do. I can relate in a small way, but it's only a small way, because if I lost my daughter, that would be definitely take over first place of the worst day of my life. That definitely was the worst day of my life. And I tried to express that, and people took the opportunity, I felt like, to, kick me out of the stand. So I do understand, and I do try to put myself in their shoes, and that's why I go back and forth in my head with Don, because I can see he has empathy and something in a way, I hate to say feel bad for him because I don't want to say that. I catch myself feeling bad for him sometimes, and I have to snap back into reality and think of all the weird things he said about 12-year-olds and, you know, motels and crack and children, prostitution. But I feel like he just regrets something. That's what my gut's telling me, is he has regret. And I don't know why I feel bad for him. Maybe it's because I feel like I don't know, maybe it was drugs. Like maybe I doubt it though. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it was the drugs that made him do it or anything like that. I don't think it was like, I don't think it was an exchange for crack or something like that, or to get money for drugs. But oh, thank you. I didn't see that. Here. Let's not forget about Don and his past and what happened with his sisters. I have no empathy for this man. He has no mentality or integrity. And Candace definitely doesn't either. I heard some people saying, or I heard it through the grapevine, that people were saying that Candace was, what were they saying? Very funny and friendly or something. What was it? Right? Brown Skill says that makes sense in a way. And she's talking about sacrifice, because otherwise, how would Don see her in the resurrection? His sins wouldn't have him in the resurrection, according to the Seventh-day Adventist. Oh, really? Brown Skittle, how do they get away or get rid of their sins? Oh, don't they just ask for forgiveness? I think he regrets whatever they did. I always thought they sold her or knew she was taken for a debt owed. I know most of his problems come from his own actions, but I've been there, and not that I've done this, but I've done stupid things. So I do try to look at all sides, and I find it weird though that Don has people in his ear. He doesn't know who to believe. He has people in his ear telling him, like when I went down to Tennessee, like who was seriously telling him that I was over there to start trouble? Well, I don't know. It's like people look at it as a threat if you go down to Tennessee or something. Oh no, you might get something I don't. Oh no. They go by the Old Testament. They believe in grace. Don was in Benny's chat. Candace or Don was just in Prayer Gardens, allegedly speaking with multiple creators, but has a gag order. Yeah, I saw your comment, and that's why I said that, Dumby, about supporting the underdog. We have sympathy for the underdog because it's a reminder we aren't alone in being flawed humans. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. It's because of I've been humbled. So yeah, I do try to look at things from all sides. And I have been secretly hoping for this whole time that Don would tell what he knows. But the fact that he doesn't, it makes me feel like allegedly that he has more involvement than we want to believe. Because otherwise, I think he would roll on Candace. Allegedly. Just like Andy and JodiSue. I don't believe it's just one of them. I think it's both of them. Because one of them would tell on the other. And I believe the stress of the situation is a huge reason why their relationship fell apart. And I'm talking about Jodi and Andy. Andy took off to Knoxville 3 days after Summer went missing for 21 days. According to Fred, okay, I guess it's not proof, but don't we have Andy saying himself that he took off to Knoxville? He said, yeah, he actually did say it. He said he went to do work. I don't know. I don't know. Then we have Andy's daughter supposedly saying that, or actually, I think we know it to be a fact, that Andy told his daughter something about seeing Summer's dead body. Yeah, because she was handed off to Andy, in my opinion. Unfortunately, I hope to God it's not her. I hope she's not unalive. I hope she's not deceased. Wouldn't it be amazing if she was still alive? I mean, we have, what's that? It's stranger things have happened. We've had people found years later all the time. Oh, does anyone know about the rumor that Karen Goetz possibly wasn't Dawn's mother? No, I haven't heard that. But that I don't think it's true, because I'll have to look at my family tree I put together. But I thought I found proof that she's, well, might not be, I guess possibly she could have adopted him, but there is newspaper articles where it states that he's her son. Really good. Well, it's kind of, JodiSue reminds me of freaking, you know who she reminds me of? Of Brian Koberger. And by the way, Sly Little Rogue, thank you again. Once again, that was very sweet. Oh, hold on. Let me try to call Laura right now. I see she's online. be very, very quiet. Let's see if she'll answer. Fred's girlfriend. It looks like she's over at his mom's because it shows her active on Facebook. Because she messaged me and said, "How are you? This is Laura." So I got a response. I've been trying to ask her about that disturbed land, or that's what Fred was saying, because I want to hear it in his words exactly. Okay, I just sent her a message. So hopefully she'll call back. Oh, she's calling. Hey. Hello?
Hey.
Hey. I'm live. Is that okay that you're on? I mean, I was just gonna ask us a question about, do you know the story about Fred and something about that over on Fields Road, disturbed land or something looking like a shallow grave? Has Fred told you that story?
No.
About, remember when we were out there, out are you wanting me? Are you wanting?
That we heard on YouTube.
No. Fred told me that about is Fred there?
He's not in here with me right now.
Okay.
He's outside. I'm inside.
Well, would you be able to ask him, like, because I really want to ask him about that because it's super important. I could have sworn that he said that my whole conversation with him freaking didn't save, so really irritated. What happened with those UPS packages, or is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's okay. He just didn't do nothing about it.
Okay.
But
All right.
I'll ask him and I'll get back to you.
Okay. Yeah, please do, because I know that there was something that we were talking about that he heard about. It was just from I could have sworn that he said something about hearing that first, overhearing that or something. I really, that's super important, because I could have sworn he said that's why they were trying to be more careful about where they disclose where they were searching.
I can't remember what was said, but
Okay.
I'll ask him and I'll tell him what you're talking.
Okay.
See what he says.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye. I don't know. She was acting kind of weird, I think, because I was on live, guys. I don't know. She was acting weird. Surprise. That was only the second time I've ever got her on Facebook Messenger. So he was saying something about, no, she's talking about those. What she's talking about heard on YouTube. I know what she's talking about now. She's talking about the 22-year-old female that was found, because that they heard about that on YouTube. We'll call her back here in a second, see if she makes sure she knows exactly what I'm talking about, because I think she's getting confused because I talked to her about, she said, did they ever find the identity of those two two bodies that were found? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, one was like a 22-year-old girl, and this was before Jim passed away, so that would have been in October. But then I found out she heard that. She said she heard that from Facebook. Spirit. There has to be a reason all the searches have taken place by TBI at Fields Road. I don't know. I probably should have muted because I felt like she was uncomfortable. Ugh. And then I could have just played it back because it kind of put her on the spot there. Sorry, Laura, if you're listening. Well, if she was listening, then she would have known I was live when she called. I better. No, she never. I always tell she, for some reason, no, Fred knows way more than she does. They don't really talk about that stuff because she tells me that she's so freaking tired of hearing about it. And I'm like, I know. But he didn't know, or she didn't know a lot of the things. Like he told me a lot of things more than what I heard from Laura. That's why I wanted to. Fred knows more than Laura because Laura is a homebody. She doesn't get out. Fred is never home. He comes back at night. But he's always like in and out during the day. And she's always home by herself all the time. I think that she thought I was talking about those bones. We'll call back in a second to clear up and see. I'll probably mute, but then I can just play it back and you guys can hear it that way. What was PG's big news? I messaged her, say, hey, I'm not talking about the bones that were found. I'm talking about the disturbed ground on Fields Road. I'll show you guys the screenshots and stuff. Well, Fred says that something about, he says that he believes something happened over at the swimming hole, but I don't know. Fred has different theories than I do. Hold on one second. Let's put on the other. I will call her back. Because it's so important. Like, especially now that she said, now it's even more like, okay. I just asked her if I could call her. Okay, here's the while I'm waiting to hear back from her and call her back, this is another video that was put on JLR. It's another, I guess what, I'm not sure who this was actually, who he's talking to. I don't know if I've heard. This wasn't a phone call, was it? This was it says Don Wells phone call. It wasn't. Okay, I'm just at the wrong place. It's later on in this video he starts it. Let's see what Don has to say here.
I'm very sorry, but I keep calling all these white YouTubers the N-words. I get upset. Our family's been completely destroyed. We turned to YouTubers
With you here.
the N-words. The N-words. Sorry, but I keep calling all these white YouTubers the N-words.
Okay, he's not even apologizing. He's just trying to be. That's not an apology. He's trying to be sarcastic, or that's why he's saying these white YouTubers. He had to add in there that were white. Why did he have to add that in there? And then he does the air quotes. That's because he's not being genuine. To pay his child support? $10K to pay his child support? I thought it was for a lawyer. Thank you, Rue. Oh, yeah, she is. She messaged me and gave me a number to contact her. Yeah, they say anything after but is bullshit. Trevor is he donated he was the college kid that donated $1,000 to the reward fund. They owe $8,000 in support. They can work sell their house or portion of the property. Yeah, they have a lot of stuff up there. Is Don working? Does anybody know? The jab paid for the support. The money is for a lawyer and not child support. Okay. All right, let's play this. I'm going to try to call that number she has sent me.
I get upset. Our family's been completely destroyed. We turned to YouTubers for help to help find our daughter. And these people have done nothing but destroy our family completely. They haven't helped us. Some are helping, don't get me wrong. I'm sorry. Some people are actually really trying to help. But there's a lot of people out there trying to destroy us completely on false accusations and all these things. But I apologize. I shouldn't have lost my cool. I don't mean to cuss. When I get upset, it's just we've been through so much. And I apologize. Thank you.
So what do you think? You think it was sincere, his apology, or was he apologizing because he got caught? Or is he apologizing because...
Well, that obviously was not sincere. He has a job outside the area. Oh, no, all my calls are recorded. A loan against the house. Yeah, strawberry milk. All my calls are recorded. Probably would have been best for me to mute it instead of put her live, because she's a very shy person. It makes her. Hopefully, it didn't upset her. Wondering where Dawn originally posted that video. Facebook? That's a good question. Is it the Dawn Wells family YouTube channel? Oh, nothing's on there for. Like, why aren't they posting like community posts and stuff? You know, no community posts. Like, thank you all for looking for our family. You know, updates on social media, anything like that. Actually wasn't really expecting that she would answer because it was only the second time that anybody's ever answered. I've tried so many times. What was I going to show? Here. Okay. So I found this. I was going through Candace's old Facebook. Okay, so Laura just messaged and said, she said, how are you? Been stuck at home. We had a way. I think she meant to say, how are you? Been stuck at home. Wish we had a way to go get groceries. Fred said he'd come talk to me in a minute, so I'll let you know when he come in. Hold on, I'm responding. And please call back when he comes and she told me, please don't tell. Wait, I think she means. Fred is very a prideful person, and he doesn't like people knowing when he needs help and stuff. So he gets kind of irritated at Laura, I guess, when she tells me things about, you know, what they need and stuff. I think Fred doesn't like to ask for help. So she just messaged me. Okay, yeah. She said, don't tell Fred. She said, please don't tell Fred. We haven't been able to do anything. Yeah, he's too prideful. Okay. Well, fingers crossed that they'll be calling or Does he have a Facebook in just his name? Who, Fred? Yeah. And if anybody wants to help him out, that's where his, I believe their Cash App is posted on there. It's, their Cash App is, I'm not saying, I'm just letting for people who want to help him out. I know people are going to have a fit about me saying this, but I know people have asked before. Hold on, what is it? Maybe wait to send anything until after we talk to Fred, because if money starts showing up, then he'll know Flora said something probably. Oh, gosh. Let's see. I don't know. It's just a barcode looking thing. Just has the bar or the, you know, the QR code on their Facebook. It's for Fred. I'm saying if anybody wanted to help, like, send him essentials. She said they don't have any groceries. She doesn't want me to tell Fred when he comes in. He said that, okay. I mean, okay, so I brought this up. I don't think they get food stamps because they don't have custody of the kids. They pay for more information. No, I haven't had to pay Fred for anything at all. He has never asked for a thing. It's never been like that, actually. I mean, but it's okay if people want to believe that he didn't. And I've given the things that I've done for him. I haven't got them anything substantial until pretty recently. And when I mean substantial, I mean I gave them my two of my old phones, and they were really nice phones because they didn't have a phone at all. I sent them some clothes and stuff that I had here in my products. I sent them all that I could find as far as like shampoo and stuff like that, and some beauty stuff for her. I had a lot of stuff that I could send Laura, but I didn't have much for Fred because I don't get men's products that often. But he was, I know recently somebody sent him some jeans and some work boots and a few button-up shirts. But she's saying that they need groceries. I think there's places that will deliver food. Well, see, out there, like, they could work. They don't have a vehicle right now. What? Hold on. I've never seen him do that drug, but Fred has admitted that he does do. He said he has to, like, he uses it to feel normal. He's very ADHD, so I guess that would make sense. Or ADD. Anyways, so I brought this up right here on this. It's because I saw this name down at the bottom. Paul. Does anybody know who that is? There's a reason I'm asking this. Does anybody know? Because before I start theorizing, his not now. The vehicle's broke down. Yeah, right now they're having vehicle troubles. Then the vehicle was, when I went there, they didn't have one. His sister was picking him up and taking him to the hospital. He has a truck that he was replacing the window when I was there. It got completely busted out, so there's no front window. Or he was going to anyways. I don't know if he was able to get another window or not. But it was completely broke out because a tree fell on it. That was just an act of God. It wasn't something that somebody did. But it's up, I'm just saying, it's up to you guys. Don't do anything you don't feel comfortable with. And only give if you want to. Okay. Right, Tanya, that's what I was wondering. Could this be Andy Paul? He got enough cars. They do have a lot of vehicles. He is good at fix some vehicles. They're fine with vehicles. They don't need somebody to buy them a vehicle or anything like that. I think that they'll get that figured out. If you don't feel comfortable, I'm saying if anybody wants to send them, I think the best thing to do if you wanted to help them would be to send them like products, if you don't feel comfortable sending cash, I understand. Okay. So it says Paul, the responsible one. I immediately wondered if this was Andy Paul. Allie the Grinch, Candace the craziest one, Cameron the crazy reindeer, and True the boozy elf. Who is in your drunk Christmas squad? This was November 5th, 2020. So that would be 7 months before Summer went missing. I wouldn't think Andy Paul was still. I thought he would have been out of the area by then. Sorry, I don't need to put kids on there. Maybe I should cover the screen for a second because I know people will bitch. Do you guys find this one weird? Do you guys find that strange? Or do you think, I don't know. It's a little bit weird considering True was like 15 or something. But I guess it's not that big a deal. That would mean they were still friends after the October episode with Jose, right? Good observation. Yeah, well, this was November 5th, 2020. That incident happened October 20th? How long was Dawn in jail for that incident? Does anybody remember? How long was Dawn in jail for the incident when he came home and Jose was there? This is November 5th, 2020. And it does have Allie on here and True, like they're buddies. They only have one. child that's still underage, I believe. Fred and Laura. There's Fred Jr., like little Fred, she calls them. Well, I better not say their names. Yep, Cameron was a young boy like H who used to hang around Candace. Exactly, and that's whose name was spray painted on one of their buildings or something over there on 110. But okay, there's proof right there that they were friends after that incident. But how long was Don in jail for that incident? Does anybody remember? Oh, yeah, I know who he is, KM. I found him online. Don's talked about him before, but there's, you know what's weird about that is that there's also another boy that was on the corner of Beach Creek and Ben Hill, who was underage, that Marlena had said that Candace had an inappropriate relationship with him, and it was like some 15-year-old boy or 16-year-old boy. Okay, let's look. I went through, the reason why I was going through her pictures earlier is because yesterday we were on here looking at, or I came on for just a few minutes because I was showing an unidentified child that was found in Virginia. But according to the report, it looks like the remains had been there. They're estimating for 5 years. So it's, probably not summer, which would be a good thing because, we want her to be alive. So, but I was on here showing about here, I'll show it again. I was on here showing this. And this is what got me looking into Candace's Facebook, because I wanted to see if I found any blankets that look like that. Even though these remains say the person had, it looked as if the person had been there for 5 years. So it wouldn't be, and more than likely it's not summer. But those items, that blanket was found with this child. And even if it's not, it's still important to put out there so that if anybody recognizes those blankets or something, you never know. Oh, wow. Thank you. I won't say the name because you might not want me to say your name. But somebody just texted me and showed me another place, I guess, that where cadaver dogs hit. That was stated by does that say Kara? Or Cam or Dave Radar on Duty Ron. Cam's been on Duty Ron? Or are you just saying it was either Cam or it was Dave Radar on Duty Ron that said that cadaver dogs hit right here? 125 Reese Light Road. Let me see who owns that. 125 Reese. Let me see if I can find that owner real quick. Just the name of the owner, just out of curiosity. $125. David Littleton? No. That's not right. If anybody has a way to see who owns 125, which is weird because this is also, hold on. That's 125 Reese Light Road. And then we have Andy and JodiSue were staying at 125 Ben Hill Road. So Well, that would also make sense why they would set up right here. If we're getting, the dogs are hitting over here. And then there was rumors about Bell and Fields Road. Anyways, I'm sitting here showing a map and you guys aren't, I didn't even realize it wasn't on the screen. Sorry. What the heck? Okay, I was sitting here. So I was just in a message where I was just saying, this right here, Mount Carmel Baptist Church, that's where they set up shop, law enforcement. And then right here, somebody texted me and said, right here at, let's see. I kept getting 125. Maybe it's not 125. Where did I get? I must have gone to the wrong area. Okay, scratch that. Scratch the 125 because I could have sworn that was coming up. 125 light, but that can't be true. So right here, somebody's saying the cadaver dogs hit, which is right by where law enforcement was hanging out for those weeks. And then here's Fields Road. Here is Bernard property, 162 Fields Road. Hey, Pauline. Winnie the Pooh was mentioned by JodiSue. It's strange the description of the hair length and blanket with the pink flowers, right? I know, Dumby, but I've just learned I have kind of over the past year and a half that I've been on here, I've learned how over time kind of how to deal with the hate. Okay, let's go back to the unidentified. And for anybody, here is Carroll County, Virginia. Estimated age 4 to 7 years old. Cannot estimate the height or the weight. PMI. I'm not sure what PMI. I know it mean. I guess it's supposed to mean how long the body had been there. I guess it's estimated 5 years. I think that's what you guys were saying that meant. The body was found September 6, 2022. And it's saying so at that point that it had been there supposedly for 5 years is what they're estimating. So that would have put it back to 2017. But there was remnants of 1 to 2 inch strands of straight hair, and they weren't able to determine the color. And with the body or near the body was a gray and blue sleeping bag with a white blanket with pink flowers and Winnie the Pooh on it. And then there was also a fragment of orange and pink cloth that was found near the body. And then once again, here's the picture of the items that were found. So looks like this is a sleeping bag that has the gray slick part on the inside, right? Or would that be on the, well, it'd probably be on the outside. The gray slick part on the outside, and it has a blue, like, softer side on the inside. And then right here is this Winnie the Pooh blanket with flowers, and the fact that it has pink in the blanket, well, we can't say that this was a girl's body because that blanket's kind of, we have a blue sleeping bag right there. And then this Winnie the Pooh blanket is kind of unisex. I mean, it does have pink in it, but I don't know. I don't think I'd get that for my 5-year-old boy, but if I had a 5-year-old boy, but I would say this is probably a girl, but we can't, we don't know that for sure at all. It could have been a siblings items. Maybe he could have been trying to, or I don't know about gaining credibility, but the only reason I would think that somebody would lie about wearing a wire is if they I don't know. It's hard for me to see somebody doing that if they're innocent or guilty. Especially somebody like Fred, who is in the drug game, and right, I've never seen anybody over there, but it's so weird. Like the way you would think there was people in and out of that hauler like nonstop. And it's just not like that. Who said that 75 times 12 times 3 equals 7,500? I don't think anybody said that. No, if it's insensitive, then why do they put it on the internet for people to see, guys? Come on now. I can't go around. You're going to see things that it's life, guys. We're going to see things that sometimes you can't expect the world to censor themselves for you. You know what I mean? This is already on the internet. It's already public information. This could be the difference between somebody identifying these items and not identifying them. My videos right now, they only get a few thousand views, but that's a few thousand more people that didn't see it before, and word travels very quickly. If people don't see it, then they can't identify it, you know? So that's what got me looking through Candace's pictures, because I wanted to see if I could find anything like that, just because I was curious. And that's when I saw this. I'm like, who is Paul? Is that the Paul, the Andy Paul? Hold on, let me I'm texting Laura again. Candace and Paul are 140% compatible. You two may look like angels, but the truth is that you two are troublemakers. Okay. You're putting this. Let's see if this person has a Paul in there, because they were liking it like they knew who Paul was. So, oh, that's so funny that this person has Sean Austin. They're following Sean Austin. That's the one that came out. You remember I've talked to you guys before about nursing, when Jim owned a nursing home in West Virginia, and how a group came out there. A guy who was on had a TV show for a while, a paranormal investigator, and his name's Sean Austin, and this is him right here. He's the guy who came out to. I met him. He's the one that came out and started to investigate the nursing home until a bunch of people showed up and completely ruined it. Paul Anthony. Probably looking for somebody who is in Virginia. Because according to Fred, I think this person has moved to Virginia. Yeah, I looked at I was wondering if it was a Paul Moody. Yeah, because he seemed uncomfortable telling me about I'm going to try to call her again. If she answers, I'm back to mute, and I'll play something if she answers. I'm really needing to clear that up. I'm really needing that cleared up. That's so important. Just to hopefully put some pep in their steps. I'm not trying to be a bugaboo, but if I would lie about it. You guys, I really, really, truly do not believe that. It's so hard for me to believe that that Fred would do something like that. I just don't believe that. He's like a very genuine person. It's hard to just have to, and I wish we had more people's opinions about him besides myself. You know, other creators. No. The only people that say that about Fred are the people who talk shit about him. Like JodiSue, and people who are just not. Who else said that? JodiSue? Who else has said that Fred is a trickster? I thought that was JodiSue that spread that rumor, and I don't trust her. If I had to choose between the two, I mean, if I chose who to believe over between JodiSue and somebody else, it's always going to be the other person, no matter who it is. She is obviously a complete liar. And the only reason why people straight out lie like that is to cause confusion. She reminds me, like I was saying earlier, about like Brian Kohberger. Like Brian Kohberger is a suspect in the Idaho killings. And it's almost like he was committed that crime to see if he could get away with it. It seems like he was fascinated with serial killer. It's different, but I mean, it's different, but similar to JodiSue in that I believe JodiSue seriously thinks that she is so intelligent. And I think she looks at this as like a game. I think she finds it fun to feel like she's outsmarting everybody. That's why she comes on here and laughs and calls everybody stupid. And we're just like, but she's the biggest grifter of them all. I mean, of all people who is profiting off of Summer's disappearance, the most that, I mean, JodiSue, I mean, it's right up there. Yeah, it was Virginia, that area of where that body was found of the child, it is 2 hours and 15 minutes, a 2 hour and 15 minute drive. So that would mean, the person would need at least 5 hours get there and back. And I just don't think so. I think it's more than likely Summer was put somewhere. It's hard for me to believe. It wouldn't really go along with my theory of the trafficking thing with the whole disturbed land theory or possibly being moved. Like, I think those are, unless it was an accident, like she didn't wake, like who knows, guys? I don't even want to freaking sit here and speculate, because I'll come up with like the most horrible things, and it's just like crazy to think of. I don't know. Nobody wants to think of that kind of stuff with a child. But I'm just trying to understand how it. Right? Because more than likely, right? Am I thinking if there is a trafficking ring involved, if it is something like that, some kind of organized crime where JodiSue and Andy are part of, allegedly, then they're more than likely probably wouldn't be the shallow grave over on Fields Road, right? Because why would she be, if it was a trafficking thing, she wouldn't be deceased, right? She said that her and Fred were in on it together. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Fred was afraid to be labeled a snitch over, and I don't think it's comparable. So I truly believe, I feel like Fred's going to be very important to this case. Like, and I don't understand where Benny was just saying that. Benny was, I swear I heard the last time I watched Benny, he was sitting there talking about how he's going to be, or how important Fred is to the case. I don't see how that has changed. I mean, he's the only one that's saying he saw him and Laura. By the way, 2 people saw Andy that day on the road. 2 people. Andy and Laura, they were both in the vehicle. If I get her on the phone again, I'll ask her, actually, it's probably in my recording with her. I haven't even really played our recording because I was thinking it was hard for me to remember everything that was discussed. And I was thinking there wasn't much new talked about, but he did go over details again. And it would have been really great to have that recorded because it's good to have a witness or suspect repeat a story several times, because then you can compare, and now they're not always going to match up exactly. It's normal not to remember things exactly, but when things like when Andy was up there being asked like what he drove the day Summer went missing, and he's acting like he didn't know. He said, I don't know, and fumbled around with his answers way too much. It made me very uncomfortable. I wanted to believe him. Like, I remember watching that and really wanting to think that he was, stuck in a bad relationship. I wanted to feel sorry for him for having to deal with Jodi for all those years. But birds of a feather flock together. And I wasn't very comfortable with his answers to a few of the questions. The way of course, they're two different people. So it just might be how he is. He might not have the best memory. I mean, I have a horrible memory if it was me. But the thing is, they had to pull over to let Andy by. That's the thing. That's why it's going to stick in their memory. They had to pull over to let him by. Over at the end of Ben Hill. Andy is completely denying that. He is completely denying being on the road. Why would he be denying that? Either it didn't happen, or Fred and Laura are completely making that up. And I have a really hard time that they're completely making that up, because I'm having a really hard time finding where they have straight out told any like bold-faced lies. Right, Raverbird? I have so many. I wish I would have been more organized and with putting stuff out. I wish I would have put them out and, uploaded stuff by itself instead of with commentary. It would have made things so much easier for us all to find and sort through. But I made it difficult for myself and extremely difficult for you guys to find anything. I don't feel like Dawn has kept the same story at all. I do believe he's, to me, so I don't really agree that Dawn's the only one that has not changed his story. Let's see. For example, the whole 5:30, 6:30 thing, what time he got home that day was very odd. Why did he keep getting 5:30 confused with 6:30? That could have been just that probably more than likely could have just been a simple mistake. It's very normal for people to mistake things, or when I start seeing alarm bells is when I start seeing, it seems like a pattern. I don't automatically think somebody's a liar because of something like that, like the 5:30, 6:30 thing. Because that could have just been a, totally space it. But it does make me think, could he have possibly traveled into a different time zone that day? But Tennessee's on Eastern time zone. And if that were true, that means it would be west, not east, that he traveled. I think the very furthest away they could have taken her that day is an hour and a half. And that's pushing it. There's a reason why law enforcement strongly believes that she was still in the area that night. Or what early on they were saying that they believed she was still in the area because they must have proof that she was alive that day. I wish they could have at least, have they come out and said that? I mean, I know we've heard from Chris McDonough that they have seen her on CCTV that day. But have we gotten absolute proof that she was seen on camera that day, June 15th, somewhere? Because that would really help. I really want to know about that milk jug video. That's really concerning. And if that video was taken on a different day, that would say a lot. That would tell a lot. If we found out that video was not actually taken on the day someone went missing, how sus would that be? Nashville's on a different time zone. What about Knoxville? Right, Debbie? Yeah, I think it's like 3 hours away, Smoky Blue Days, isn't it? Don't you have to travel like 3 hours to get to, well, it's 3 hours to like Nashville from that area, I believe. 3.5 even, maybe, because I looked into it. I have family that lives out in Nashville. I was thinking about going by there, but it's actually pretty far from, because where Don and Candace are, they are in an area where they are very close to several different states. I mean, they can get to what? Virginia, Kentucky, possibly West Virginia. All within like any of those within 30 minutes to an hour. Let's see here. Let me find another. Here's a bunch of blankets, but that is not going to be one of them. I wonder where they got all these. How they got all those blankets and stuff. Probably dumpster diving or something. They're nice blankets, though. Or nice throws, for sure. Anyways, not to this. Let's see. Like, how did they get all these? Oh, yeah, that had to totally be dumpster diving. It looks like something that was, like, thrown out. Hey, I'm not, it's, if they throw away brand new product like that, then a lot of times, companies do. I've heard many times people get brand new products from dumpsters, like just laying on the top in a bag or something. Dee Dee. How far away is West Virginia, though? How long does it take to get to West Virginia from that area? Right now we're looking at, this is Candace Bly's old Facebook. Here are Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, North Carolina. Okay, there you go. So North Carolina. With a blue blanket, that could be one of those, but just plain blue one. So, well, the blue blanket in that picture was a sleeping bag. So the blanket I was really looking for was like if I could find any Winnie the Pooh blankets. I think that the boys have been abused too. I know people are gonna give me shit for saying that, and I'm not talking about physical abuse. Because we all know that's probably true. Whether you want to admit it or not, but look how beautiful that is. There were some pictures I saw that kind of concerned me, that made me feel like the boys could have possibly Those are pretty flowers, though. 3 and 3.5 hours. Okay, yeah, so that's too far. Well, I suppose it's better to pull them out of the dumpsters and then going to the landfills, because usually the products are still in date, but they're about to expire. So if they're sealed, and I don't see a problem with it. I want to go digging in it because I mean, a lot of those people go inside the dumpsters. I've never even went to look in one or anything. I'm scared. I'm too much of a scaredy cat to do something like that. But I was tempted when I was seeing all that new makeup people would get out of freaking dumpsters. Oh yeah, I'll try to call I do. There's a lot of teenage boys around. It's so strange. They used to look actually somewhat normal. Like, they didn't used to look like they. How can I say this? When Summer was like younger, about 2 or 3, it just looked like they were doing better. Yeah, Candace looked better overall, like just the kids dressed nicer. No, I've seen some pictures of Summer that are really disturbing in here, in my opinion. I think I would never, but they are country kids and this is normal for them. So, it's okay. Kids get dirty, but some of them, it's like, whoa. Look how good this looks. Yum, yum. That looks like, I love thin crust pizza. That looks like cracker crispy goodness. Mm. What a sweetie. They did take a lot of pictures, that's one thing I have to give them. It's like, it did seem like that they cared about the kids. I mean, in some ways, see, when I see all the pictures and stuff, sometimes it does get me thinking, like, what freaking went wrong? I do see some things that seems disturbing and sends off alarm bells, but like, it seems like a far cry from doing something to your child, if they did, allegedly, or so. I don't know. That's why I go back and forth all the time. And I think that's why many of you guys do, because you will see all these pictures and it seems like they're always at places doing things. But I think it looks like more like they were out doing things. Like she was out partying. Like they took the kids places, but she always had a bunch of other, she always had Allie and a whole bunch of teenage boys with her. It was like a big party. So you have to take that into consideration too. So it wasn't really like there wasn't a lot that looked like it was just just the kids and her. A lot of them, it looked like it was parties, like, or get-togethers. Here's the Winnie the Pooh thing. That's the only Winnie the Pooh thing I found when I looked earlier. So weird seeing these pictures and seeing this little girl right here. And I'm not going to pull it up because people like weirdos like Dawn Wells look at her in a inappropriate way. But it's so weird seeing this picture of, there's a picture here of Allie's daughter that goes by Bear Bear. And it's crazy seeing her and just thinking that Dawn looks at her like she's attractive. It's so weird to me. That's not normal. It is so not normal. If she was 12 years old when Dawn said that to me, imagine what age she was when he started looking at her like that. I don't understand how somebody can look at a child at 12 years old and think that they have a nice body. That's so weird. They're not even developed. That's not normal. Took them places they could drink. Did she drink a lot? I know she was, well, yeah, I guess. Oh my God, really? But obviously she drank a lot, but did they drink? Did like Allie and them all drink with her and stuff? Did Allie and I don't think Grandis really. I mean, obviously we know Candace drinks. That's both their drugs of choice. Well, Dawn says cocaine's his drug of choice, but they're probably not looking at alcohol like a drug. Oh my good Lord. The poo pics. Well, that picture that I found of the Winnie the Pooh on her Facebook is just, it's a completely different item. It's not the same. It's not even similar. So I'm not going to do a side by side because there's no point, because the Winnie the Pooh item I found on Candace's Facebook is of a clothing item. Laura, you better call me. Seriously. We need to get this cleared up. Just sending her a little reminder text. Because now there's going to be definitely now more confusion than ever that she came on here and said that they heard it on YouTube. Because that's what she told me she heard about the bones about was on YouTube. Not the bone situation with me, but a bone situation back in October. That was on Skyline News, that situation. She for sure. Wait, what, Dumby? Ziggy did say she for sure. We heard it several times today. Huh? No. Nope. No. No. That's not at all. You guys are putting words in my mouth, and stop repeating it because that just passes on something that's completely untrue. Stop saying that. That's going to put out. That's like what happened with. This is exactly what happened with the bones incident when Fred showed me the bones. That whole rumor that I said they were Summer's bones. This is exactly the same type of thing. Every single time people turn around my words, I think it's very obvious I've said that it was disturbed land, and so police were thinking that she was possibly moved. They didn't have proof that she was there. Obviously, if they had proof that she was there, that we would know Summer was deceased. Guys, come on, use your brain. No, it was disturbed. It was what looked to be like it could be disturbed land. And I think people know that. And when they keep over and over again saying, you said she was moved, I'm telling you right now, that's not what happened. So why are we still going on and on about it? And whether I slipped and said she or misspoke at one point, you're just picking. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, that's not what he said. So if I slipped and said something like that, that's not correct. It is, he said that they believe she could have been moved because of that. It didn't say that she was, nobody said she was definitely over there on Fields Road at some point. Yeah, they're just picking. It's annoying. Guys, come on. I'm sitting here telling you that's not what it is. So whether I misspoke at one point, I know the hell I didn't fucking misspeak the whole time. I'm sure I know I did it. You're picking one little point where I might have accidentally said something, but you're refusing to listen to the rest of everything I said yesterday about it. You're picking at one little point where I might have accidentally said something, misspoke. That's just silly. And that's, and that's just trying to pick. And I'm not going back and forth about whether I said that or not. That's not at all the truth. That's not what it is, okay? Whether I said it or not, that's not what is. There's no proof that Summer was absolutely moved. What I'm saying, once again, is that Fred said that there looked to be like there could have been an area where something could have been buried. And he said it was because of that law enforcement got more careful about putting out where they have searched. Like, this is every single time I put out stuff, people do this to me, like every time. But I'm used to it. It's like, and that's the thing. That's why it is so, like, why I've learned my lesson on here. I learned a very hard lesson on here about that and about misspeaking, because every time you misspeak on here, just like that, like what people are saying, people run with it, like with what you're saying, even though they know that's not what you're freaking saying. They know that's not what you're saying because you correct yourself later on, but they just want to pick at you for no reason. And it's just like, what the hell, guys? Come on. I know if it was because I talked about it, that's why. The one who left a long comment defending JodiSue. Apparently she doesn't know about all the donations she made and what she spends on cigarettes. She could pay rent somewhere. What's been going on? What's the truth? What do you mean? Wait, what? No, yeah, exactly. Dumby, I'm about to seriously block you because I just said, if I misspoke, that's not at all what I meant. So why are you keep going? I just said, if I misspoke, that's not denying the truth. That's saying, if you're picking at me. And that, to me, when people start doing that, it shows me their intentions. It's not in the right place. We're supposed to be working together to try to find answers. Let's not get caught up on this stupid bullshit of like, did I misspeak? I just said, sorry if I accidentally slipped and said that, or if I said it wrong for a split second, but that's not at all what I was saying. I'm pretty sure people would know that wasn't saying Summer was buried there. Guaranteed. I even said that specifically. Did I not? I went on there. I said, now don't take this as fact, but there's rumors about Summer possibly, being moved and was at that location at sometimes. There's rumors about it. It's not a fact. Because strawberry milk, I don't know if I said that. I don't remember saying that. Why am I going to admit to something I didn't do? You know what I mean? I don't know if I said that. I'm saying because if I lie and say, okay, I said that, that's a lie because I don't know. I don't remember saying that. I thought I made clear. I'm pretty sure I would make clear she was not actually buried there. Please. This is the same thing as the bones, and I'm not going to, that's it. I'm not talking about it anymore. This is so dumb. Let's focus on what matters. Now that we've got that cleared up and we know for a fact Summer was not, or it's not a fact that she was buried right there. It's just something that Fred said, something about there was possibly, he doesn't know for a fact that she was there, is what I'm saying. That's not at all what he meant. And if I said something like that, that's not what I meant. It's exactly like that, the disturbed land that was over there at Karen Go's burial site. If you guys remember earlier on when we looked many times at the picture of Karen Go's burial spot. There was also rumors of or rumblings supposedly about disturbed land in that area too. If you guys remember, I don't know if anybody remembers that. Very early on, we always were pulling up that picture, if you guys remember, because there was that weird planner thing at the top that looked like, somebody could have put on. But I don't know, it looked like it had been there for a long time. So I don't think that to me, I don't think it was. Now there is, by Karen Go's gravesite, it's right by the fence. Where she's located is right by the fence. And what is crazy about it is, out of all places, it's a big plot of land, pretty big cemetery. I mean, it's small for comparison to others, but it's pretty, it's pretty big. Anyways, out of all places on the fence, the one place where the fence was freaking cut completely in half, or just completely down the middle, so like somebody just pulled them up, so that way they could pull the two apart and walk in or go in. It's right by her gravesite of all places. So that's also makes it extra weird. But I'm sure that's probably not related. But I do know we looked into it at first. Right, Brenda? That's the thing. If people are going to hear it that weren't here yesterday and repeat something that is not, and that's really, really important, guys. I mean, surely people don't think that, because if we knew she was buried there, then we know she was deceased. I mean, I would think. Or maybe law enforcement would keep it secret until they had, maybe that wouldn't be enough proof. I don't know. But I apologize if I misspoke, but I think I knew people were going to do that when I talked about it. I knew it. I knew it was going to be like the Bones incident. I knew it. Because TM and Benny are mad at me, so I knew. When they have no reason to be mad at me, they're the ones that screwed me over. Doesn't even make sense. People are funny. See, look at this picture. That's so, I don't know. People are going to give me crap for putting them on screen, but that blanket got my attention there because it looked kind of like but this isn't. That's not Summer. I thought that was Summer for a second. So that's crazy. Summer does look a lot like her brothers. I thought that was freaking Summer. No, I don't want to. Strawberry milk. I don't have to. Go do it on your own channel. I'm not on your channel telling you what to do. Why do people think that they can like boss me around here? I don't see anybody else, like any other creators. Dealing with that. Doesn't she look different in some of these pictures? Do you guys think that she looks drugged there? You know what? I know. I don't care. Might as well get everybody to hate me. I don't care. I'm going to just talk about what I want. But don't you think she looks drugged? Because when I think about my past, when I used to be hooked on prescription pills, like in my 20s, it made me look different. It gives you a different look. And that would explain why it seems like Summer looks different, like so different in her pictures sometimes. It's not even that sunny of a day, and her pupils are tiny. Look, it's all cloudy, and her pupils are freaking pinpoints. Does look like opiate, like an opiate induced. It totally looks like she's on opiates right there. I'm sorry. Yeah, but there was no sun. It was completely the clouds. It was in the picture. It's like, looks like it's about to storm. There's no sun. Like there's literally black clouds in the sky. But I know what you mean. If it was sunnier out, I would understand. But even then, like, she just has that drowsy look to her eyes, that you get when you're on opiates. Here they were doing lice treatments. That's for lice, a lice treatment thing. And I know a lot of people we've already talked about this spoon and lighter thing. It does look like right here, like they were smashing up pills. It looks like right, that those are the that's what it looks like when you take off the coating of a pill. Sometimes people would suck off the coating. Yeah, but I'm, could be anything. Right here is a good picture to look at because people were wondering about her nails being dark. Right here, it looks like she has like blue nail polish on, so that could also explain why her nails look dark in the one picture. Could be sleepy tired. It could be sleepy tired, but I think it looks like with the pupils, it just, right, Debbie? I wonder that too. Because I feel like I feel so strongly like some kind of trafficking ring or something something like that. But if it was that, then they wouldn't unalive her. Not the first day. That's, I hate even thinking about it. So that's what kind of it clashes with my theory, or it clashes with the whole possibility of Summer being moved. Because it's like, I would think that would have had to been really early on if they did find something like that. Like within the first like couple days, right? You wouldn't. Take whose name off the title? Oh no, you can talk about JodiSue D designs. I don't know. What do you mean? He said what today? According to Detective Pruitt, JodiSue is not a suspect. Okay. Did he know he was on? Did he know he was recorded? If she's not a suspect, then that is if they're really going to say she's not a suspect, that's going to, I would think people would be going insane right now if that were true. He really said that she is not a suspect. Well, but that is important though. If he did say that, I want, the truth is the truth, I mean, if he said that, then I want to know, but that would be shocking to me. I mean, she's the number one suspect in my eyes. She's the most suspect, even more than freaking Candace. I asked her for proof, but she said it's out there. You have to prove everything so she can tell you where she said that. Yeah, probably, Sherry. Maybe. Right, where can we find that? Isn't everyone a suspect? Yeah, they were saying everyone was a suspect. Dude, that is crazy. I agree, sweet sativa. Oh my gosh, guys. Would you guys feel bad? Let's say it did come back. Let's say it comes back that they have absolute proof, because that's what they would have to have, absolute GD proof for me to actually believe that JodiSue is not somehow involved with this. And even then, I would be like questioning it still. But do you guys think you would feel bad if it comes back that JodiSue, that truly, it's hard to think like that because it's hard to think of her innocent, really. I mean, completely innocent. I'm not saying she unalived somebody or something. I think she could have assisted for some type of money, monetary gain, allegedly. Plus, I mean, I don't know, though. She must not got very much money if she did, because she acts like she doesn't have any money. She did say she knew drugs were given to sedate kids. If she knew this and she did nothing, she has misled everyone about stuff. Yeah. If you'd like to look at an interesting case study of a local trafficking case, Ronnie and Connie McCall. That sounds familiar. Ew. I don't understand that. I am going to look that up. What I mean is, I don't understand why people would do that. I don't see how people would do that to their kids. Like, you would have to be... But if there is anybody in this world that would do something like that, I would think it will, I'm sorry, but I just allegedly believe, I don't know, that's not even the right thing to say. I believe, my opinion, if there are people in this world that would do that, which there is, I would definitely, JodiSue and Candace would definitely be two that would be what I believe, in my opinion, capable, because I've never seen any real emotions out of them about others. Like, it seems like JodiSue only mentions her kids when it's a benefit to her. I don't think it's in real concern. She saw opportunity hustle here. But why would she lie, though? It's so crazy, though. That would, to me, if she is just trying to make money, if it's just to make money, okay, that would be absolutely horrible for her. She just has been intentionally putting stuff out like that's not true. Back that Donna Candace didn't do anything. Oh yeah, I will feel bad if it comes back Donna Candace didn't do anything. Yes, especially I would feel bad about Dawn. I'd feel bad about both. Yeah, I would feel bad, but I don't know if I would feel bad about JodiSue. I probably would have apologized, but I just can't imagine her not. It just, there's too many weird things that has happened that day. Let's see, Ronnie and Connie McCall. This sounds very familiar. This is so great. Oh my God, that's gross. Johnson City man accused of selling daughters to sex ring found incompetent for trial. Wait, where's it? A Johnson City man who, along with his wife, is accused of selling 3 of their children into a sex film ring has been found not competent to stand trial and will be hospitalized at least until May for further treatment and evaluation. Ronnie and Connie McCall were indicted in U.S. District Court in Greenville in October 2013. Authorities charged the couple with production of CP by parent, coercion, and enticement of a minor, and the selling of a child by parents. The victims in this case are 3 of the McCalls' 4 daughters who were ages 5, 11, 14, and 16 at the time of the alleged offenses. The youngest child was not involved in the pornography incidents, but was a victim in another child neglect case against the McCalls. After the McCalls were arrested on federal charges, the children were placed in state custody. Connie McCall agreed to plead guilty to production of CP by a parent in February 2014 and to testify against her husband at his trial. However, since Ronnie McCall has been undergoing various psychological evaluation, Connie's sentencing has been postponed for nearly a year. Last summer, the U.S. Bureau of Prisons conducted a psychological evaluation of Ronnie McCall and found him to have memory deficits and possibly an onset of dementia. In light of this information, Benjamin Sharp, a federal defense attorney representing Ronnie McCall, argued his client's mental health may be deteriorating, which would impact his ability to participate in his defense. Sharp requested a second psychological evaluation of Ronnie McCall in September, with the results coming back by mid-November. According to the report, Ronnie suffers from serious cognitive impairment, possibly an antisocial personality disorder. Dr. Pamela McNeish, who conducted the evaluation, found that while Ronnie appears to exaggerate the degree of impairment, he is indeed impaired. McNish further wrote in her report that Ronnie McCall did not appear to understand criminal proceedings and would not likely be able to assist in his defense. As a result, Judge Ronnie Greer in November found Ronnie McCall not competent to stand trial and committed him to the custody of the Attorney General to be hospitalized for no more than 4 months for further treatment and evaluation. A status report deadline on the matter is scheduled for May 1st. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. It says from February 2nd, 2011 through August 30th, 2012. Okay, so it looks like 6 months. Connie knowingly permitted 3 of her minor children to engage in sexually explicit conduct and assisted another person in this activity for the purpose of producing CP, court records state. Knowingly permitted 3 of her minor children to engage in sexual explicit conduct and assisted another person in this activity for the purpose of producing CP. Ew. Prosecutors say the McCalls transported their 3 daughters to another location for this activity and were paid by a third unrelated individual. Said the McCalls transported their 3 daughters to another location and then they were paid by a third unrelated individual. How's the individual unrelated if they were paid by them? How does that even make sense? How could the person be unrelated? Washington County District Attorney General Tony Clark has said the man who allegedly had sexual contact with the underage girls and filmed the encounters committed suicide. Prior to the federal charges, the McCalls were arrested by Johnson City Police in July 2012 on child abuse and neglect charges after officers found their children living in deplorable conditions at Heritage Mobile Home Park off South Roan Street. The couple pleaded guilty to the charges in August 2013 and were sentenced to three years probation. Oh, that's for the neglect charges. What did she get for the... serve life in federal prison. Tennessee couple sentenced for using children to produce CP. This was June 6th of 2016. 63-year-old Ronnie McCall of Johnson City, Tennessee, was sentenced today to serve life in federal prison. His wife, 41-year-old Connie Sue Gentry McCall, was previously sentenced in February 2016 by Judge Greer to serve 216 months in federal prison. Wow, she almost got 20 years. According to a press release from the Department of Justice, Connie and Ronnie were charged in a federal indictment after state authorities learned that they sold 3 girls aged 12, 14, and 16 to a man who AR'd and produced CP of the girls. Did they not say? Do you guys think that they should release the name of the person who did that to the children? Because I want to know who the name of the person, but it's like they're protecting him because he committed suicide. I don't know. Some random guy. Right, Smokey, I'd be interested to know who these people were associated with, and I'd like to see if possibly there's any relation to, if they're anywhere associated with anybody over on Ben Hill Road. Just curious. David Berry. took her over state lines. It made it federal. Wow. Yeah, poor kids. That's right. Wow. 12, 14, and 16. That is so horrible, guys. That is so freaking disgusting. How can you do that to your children? These are 12, 14, and 16. Imagine the lives those kids had. Are you serious? Were these kids still in the, they were doing this kind of stuff to them at 12, 14, and 16. Imagine the other stuff they went through. Those kids were old enough to, they're going to remember that the rest of their lives. And their parents just had no problem dealing with their kids being hurt like that. It's so gross. It makes me freaking sick. No, I keep trying. I do need to get a hold of them though, because that's super important. Because now it's even more important. Trust me, I'm going to beg the crap out of them until I talk to them. So don't worry about that. We will. And I want to talk to him because he's the one that knows everything, because he's the one that is always out and about and talking to people. She doesn't really pay attention. I mean, she watches this stuff sometimes on here, but she doesn't really talk to people in Hawkins County much, except like maybe who might stop by, like that Chad guy. I've never seen anybody over there when I've been there. Let's see here. Okay. Says 63-year-old Ronnie McCall of Johnson City was sentenced today to serve life in federal prison. His wife, 41-year-old Connie Sue Gentry McCall, was previously sentenced in February 2016 by Judge Greer to serve 216 months in federal prison. According to a press release from the Department of Justice, Connie McCall and Ronnie McCall were charged in a federal indictment after state authorities learned that they sold 3 girls aged 12, 14, and 16 to a man who AR'd and produced child P of the girls. Connie McCall pled guilty to the production of CP by a parent and assisted the United States in the prosecution of Ronnie McCall, who was found guilty by a jury of selling a child for illegal SA, producing CP by a parent, and using a means of interstate commerce to entice, persuade, or coerce a minor to engage in illegal SA. Evidence presented during his trial showed he established a 2-year pattern of SA of 3 children, 50 to 60 confirmed Rs. So 50 to 60 confirmed incidents, and the production of 400 images of of child SA. My God. How can a mother... During sentencing, Judge Greer noted that this was one of the most horrible crimes he had ever seen committed and scolded Mr. McCall for completely and totally abdicating his responsibility as a protector of these children. Yeah, what about her? Sounds like she has zero excuses. They're trying, but still, I don't understand. Bath salts. On bath salts? Oh my God. Tennessee couple strung out on bath salts rented out their 4 daughters aged 5 to 16 to appear in CP. And no, that's incorrect info, because they've already even said that the youngest one wasn't involved in it. They put the 12, 14, and 16-year-old ones. It is the worst crime ever. But it makes sense that it's something like bath salts, or, like meth. Meth and, that's why Dawn keeps mentioning, meth heads, and about the fact that Fred uses meth or whatever, is because he wants to, of course, want to make him look like, a lot of people who are strung out on meth, like, they do crazy things. Like, I've never seen any weird behavior from Fred. Like, and I've never even seen his pupils look big or look like, but he said that I said, how come, it's in our conversation. I said, how come it doesn't seem like you're, ever under the influence? Like, I've never noticed you like high or anything. And he just said that he goes, at this point, I just use to feel normal. And it doesn't give me a buzz at all. That's what he said. Ronnie McCall, 61, and Connie McCall, 40. Whoa. Okay, so they were 21 years difference. Faced more than 30 years in jail on charges they forced the girls into sex with adults in Tennessee and in South Carolina. The girls had been living in the family's Johnson City, Tennessee trailer in deplorable conditions with rotten teeth, head and body lice, and flea bites. It's one of the worst that I've ever seen, District Attorney Tony Clark said. The case still shocks him after 20 years on the job. A Tennessee couple had been arrested for renting out their 4 daughters aged 5 to 16 to appear in black market CP. The fuck, dude. Connie, 40, and Ronnie Lee McCall, 61, were keeping their daughters in deplorably dirty Johnson City trailer, authorities say. Before it emerged, they were selling them for sex. I wonder how this never came out, and I wonder how they were able to keep the kids from telling anybody. Do you know, Smokey? So many parallels when you break down the case next to what we know about the Wells between Don and Candace also. That is true. The prosecuting attorney called the case, in which the parents are believed to have been strung out on bath salts, one of the worst he's seen in his 20-year career. You've got to be kidding me. How is this lady, even still living? I would think if anybody knew her charges, and she has to be separated from other women. Like, she has to be with other weirdos, because people aren't okay with this type of stuff. And what about this guy? How is he still alive too? They protect these people better than they protect our children. The sickening saga began in the summer of 2012 when the girls aged 5, 12, 15, and 17. Now that they changed the age. Do you notice this is okay? This is not. I better change this article. This is because I've already seen a couple. already mistakes. I mean, look at him. He definitely looks like he even looks like Don Wells. I'm just kidding. She was sentenced to 18 years in prison. Their daughters were 16, 14, and 12 when the crimes were discovered. See, that's how that last article had the completely wrong ages. Assistant U.S. Attorney Helen Smith said a man who paid to have sex with the children and committed or unalived himself after the investigation began. There were more than 50 confirmed incidents and more than 400 images were found. So it said a man who paid. So if there was 50 confirmed incidents, were they all the same man? Probably not. It's so freaking ugh. Yeah, you're right. This is interesting only because it's so unreal that somebody would do something like this. Oh my God. These parents were allegedly high on bath salts, have been accused of selling their children who had head lice, flea bites, ringworm, and teeth. That sounds so familiar. Here once again, it says that girls aged 12, 15, and 17 were sold and forced to perform sexual acts against their will. So it has different ages there. So it sounds like the 14 and 16-year-old girls must have just recently had birthdays or something. I don't know. At that time, they kept the girls from telling. Did they homeschool all the kids or something? He unalived himself like the next day. This opened doors to catch more predators, right? Yeah, does sound familiar. He looks like that song guy. Oh my God, you're not in this picture so much, but in the other one, he does. In the other one, he does. Only state custody for like 24 hours before one of the girls broke down and told what was happening with the trafficking. But again, my point is when you're talking about trafficking, it does not have to be this big, super organized ring. Right, exactly. You could be talking about one creepy guy, the parents meeting that right creepy person who's willing to pay. My mom almost worked for the FBI. It's definitely would be quite the achievement. I think that would be really cool. Let's see. I was taken into care after it was discovered most of her teeth were rotten. The amount of tooth decay you can imagine was extremely painful. She had black teeth and holes in all the teeth, just really inexcusable. Debbie Dunn of Johnson City Police Department told Wake TV. The true horror of the children's situations only came to light after they were questioned about their parents' neglect, said District Attorney Tony Clark. There was money that changed hands between the individuals that were taking pictures and the parents, he said. The children said that they had been taken to various locations and performing SA with an adult. When you have parents allegedly making money off their kids through CP and exploitation, even after 20 years, it's one of the worst cases I've ever seen. The girls also claim their parents were regularly high on bath salts. The man accused of having sex with the underage girls is reported to have unalived himself, reported to the reports the Johnson City Press. Wow. Great at it. I think you have to have the perfect background, though. I don't think they would hire anybody even with a misdemeanor, even if it was I remember my mom talk. I don't know if it was, maybe it was the CIA. It was some very, it was probably the CIA. It was something more harder to, yeah, it probably wasn't the FBI. But I would love to do research. Like that would be, I like researching. I'm not very observant though. I'm not a good, like, I wouldn't be a good crime scene detective. Like, I would do better behind the scenes research because I'm so unobservant. I wouldn't notice things like at the crime scene that most people would. Really? It's true. The detective said there was no disturbed land and JodiSue was not a suspect. He had an attitude about it and then hung up the call. Well, all right. Well, I guess we have to go with, I guess we have to go with Pruitt, right? I don't know. Well, I'm not going to go with JodiSue not a suspect. I'm sorry. No, I have to have proof. I have to see proof first. The other thing I might be able to not take into account, but, you know, as far as the disturbed land, but I can't with JodiSue because there's something that maybe it is she's just scared about illegal activities. You know, maybe, but why would she? I just don't understand why intentionally put out false info about a missing child. Of all things, we're not talking about a robbery or theft or, you know, we're talking about a missing child that could be in the hands of a predator. Doing things like, you know, the McCalls were doing. It's like horrible. I don't know. I just don't understand how people. So that's why it makes me really upset when people misquote what I say. Because people run with it. And I don't want people to. When we now know what I meant, so can we repeat it correctly, please? Because I think they should come out and tell us too. I know we need something, but them not talking makes me though wonder if possibly that's a good sign. Could they be on to somebody? He also might be pissed. Pruitt might be pissed too if he sounded really upset. He might be pissed that got out or something. They're probably actually no. Pruitt's not even on the case anymore. What? They're not even on the case anymore, aren't they? I thought it was TBI. I didn't think Hawkins County was on the in charge of the case anymore. Yeah, I guess Benny called and asked Pruitt about if JodiSue is a suspect and about there being disturbed land or possible an area that looked like it could have been a possible burial point part or burial area for even Fred told me he even told me I could have, well, I'm just not gonna say more. I want to wait till I talk to him. I promise, guys, I promise I will get Fred. I promise I will stay on it. Just be patient, please, guys. It's difficult getting a hold of them. They're not that really, you know, it probably wasn't I probably should have muted earlier. That probably wasn't the smartest thing for me I've done to answer that live, but I don't think she's upset or anything. I just think that it's normal. This is what's normal to, it's very hard to get a hold of them. This is what I've dealt with since the beginning. For one, they can't use their devices when they're down at their own place. They have to be over at his mom's to be able to contact anybody. So if they walk back down to their place or whatever, then, you know, they don't have service then. So I know. I'm sure they get annoyed with us on YouTube. I know, but I agree, Sherry. They don't deserve to breathe our air. He actually called to make a report on JodiSue for threatening to do harm to him when he's in Costa. Oh, gosh. See, like, I don't understand how he's okay with doing that, but he gave me so much shit for calling a detective on him for the shit he was doing to me. So that's like such a huge, you know, after I was a new creator and, you know, he was going after me hardcore. And him and Fizzle made me feel so bad about what would have happened if if they would have arrested him and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and it made me feel so bad. But he does the same things to others. It's like people don't understand. Just like look at things from. They only care about shit if it happens to them. Yep. So you guys, well, I'm guessing it was on speakerphone because Runt said that she heard Pruitt. Yeah, did you guys hear him yourself? Oh, thank you, Ava. Yeah, everybody, please like and subscribe, please. Like in Idaho, they came out and said all these people weren't suspects very early on. We've never had anything like that in Summer's case. Yeah. That's true. Exactly on point. Imagine Peace. Heard the entire call? Okay. Came after you, called CPS on you. Yeah, he called CPS on me. Yeah, put all my info out there and my picture where I was living. Yeah, it was kind of a lot for me early on. Now I'm like used to it. Everything's out there now, you know. So really, I look at it as it was a learning experience. I'm grateful for that, you know, because it's made me stronger and been able where I can, you know, come on here with you guys and talk about the things I love to talk about still, you know, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to handle it. But it is kind of like a process. It's like a journey, slow process. Slowly, your brain kind of learns ways to handle it better. But it's like a trial and error type thing. But I'm just now getting to a point that I feel like I'm at a point that where I'm very different than I was, you know, when I first started on here, as far as dealing with the hate and stuff. I feel like a light switch has just gone off like in the past like couple days where I'm more easily able to ignore the stuff. It does upset me, but you know, it is what it is. People are always gonna have things to say. Yeah. Hey Jane, don't. Oh, I'm sure they are annoyed with it. I'm sure they are. I'm sure law enforcement is so annoyed with everything. And that also could be possibly, it kind of made me wonder if that's why Hawkins County freaking sheriffs kept freaking driving by Mrs. Arnold's house, or Miss Arnold's house. Her husband's deceased. But anyways, I'm like, I wonder if somebody called the police on me, because I was driving around Churchill, kind of going up and down the streets and stuff, trying to find his mom's house, because it was supposedly up on this hill, a red brick house. You know, I was looking for the specific type house. I didn't know the address at the time. But once I did find her, but it wasn't like right away that they started coming by. About 30 minutes or 45 minutes in, that Hawkins County kept passing, like several of them. I figured it was probably just like an incident that happened, but it did make me wonder if possibly somebody did call, because I wouldn't be surprised if Lawson didn't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he hadn't heard of my name, because I'm the one that talked to his son. I'm the one that emailed his son in jail. And I'm the one, yeah. So I'm sure I'm not his favorite person. That was all right before Jim passed too, and I was like really getting into looking into all the corruption and stuff. I was so in on to him, dude. I was like, oh, you're going down. I was so on to him, but I guess it was just not meant to be, because you know, obviously life took a different direction. Yeah, I believe people get to that point in life at different ages. Some people are able to get to that point like very young. I believe my daughter's probably going to be one of those people. She doesn't get her feelings hurt very easily. I mean, she does, but she handles it pretty well. And I don't know if they really had eyes on me. I kind of, it probably wasn't how I wouldn't think, but I didn't think people would seriously recognize me in Tennessee. I really didn't. But I tried to stay out of Hawkins County. The only time I went to Hawkins County was that last day when I went to Miss Arnold's house. I'm saying Miss Arnold because I don't know her first name. And I don't really want to put her name out there anyways. I don't think she wants me to put her name out there. Yeah, she doesn't want me to put her name out there. And anyways, I forgot where I was going with that. Let's see. I don't know. Here, erase all that anyways. Well, let's just start it. Talk a little bit about the corruption, because me and her talked about that. And she believes that the Hawkins County is all corrupt. So that's another thing too. I'm like, are they driving by here because I'm over at Jason Arnold's house and, there's a lot of talk about his suspicious, there's a lot of talk surrounding how Hawkins County dealt with that case. So it kind of makes me wonder, did they know I was at Jason Arnold's mom's house? Because I'm sure, she's not their favorite person either. You think so? That's probably right. It sounds like to me, the very first person I heard saying anything about, the school theory, like Summer was about to start school, and that's why. I heard that first from Don B. I didn't actually believe it at all at the time, but now I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to think that's a good possibility. Why at this age? Or at the age she was. There's no way. I wish that police would at least come out and say there's no, if they know if she was kidnapped or not. Or if that's completely ruled out or abducted. I mean, because there is no way she was abducted from up there. I promise you. There is no way. I just don't see how that is possible. And if you guys could go down there and just stand at the bottom of that hill at the end of their driveway and look up there, you would know too, especially if you could walk up that driveway yourself. And just looking up the driveway, it doesn't look as bad as it actually is. But once you start walking, it gets longer and longer and longer. It's crazy. And at the bottom of the driveway, you can see JodiSue's house, or the Bernard's house, is not close to Ben Hill Road. Like, you would think, by the way, JodiSue is talking and stuff about hearing these kids going on her property. If these kids go on, why the hell would they go on her property? She is such a exaggerator. Wow, can you imagine being married to her? She probably hears a lot of honking that has nothing to do with her. Yeah. I did go, well, I did go by her house and honk, like, but little at that time, I didn't know that she wasn't staying in the camper at the time. Because I didn't actually see Fred until like the same day that I left. Saw Fred, and then I saw Fred, and then Fred and Laura right before I left, and then went to Churchill, and from there I went home. Yeah, no, not abducted by a stranger. Candace was snoozing, maybe drank too much. Summer wondered. Candace woke and couldn't find her. She had no idea how long she was gone. I think someone found her while she was wondering. Poor little mite. I don't think so. Real quick before I get off here, let me just give you a perspective of the area again. I mean, I know we've seen it a million times, but and it's hard to imagine actually being there, but try to picture yourself actually there. I mean, it's that's Simpson. Okay, it's almost. Ben Hill Road is like one of those dirt country roads that nobody goes down. Beach Creek, it's fairly busy. It's not like probably it's pretty for a Tennessee road. It's fairly busy, I guess. Not crazy, but actually somebody emailed me about a wreck that was, I almost went live about it. There was a vehicle that went through a house on Beach Creek Road. Beach Creek and Van Hill, I think. Something like that. They had to get some helicopters out there. No, I don't see her either doing that, Debbie. I don't see JodiSue being the type to be like, oh, help yourself to whatever you want. JodiSue seems like the most miserable person I've ever. She just seems like not fun. Okay, so this is this is a pretty big property. And when you go up this driveway, oh my gosh, I about died going up this driveway. Because look how far it is. Like when you get up the driveway, wait, that's not it. Hold on, that's not Ben Hill. I'm at the wrong. No, yeah, that's Ben Hill. What is? Okay, here's their driveway. Okay. Right. Right here. It goes. So walking up, and it's a huge hill, walking. It's like a hill, uphill. It is quite the workout. And you go up, around. Then you get to the top. You're like, yes, victory. And then you turn the corner. You're like, still have another mile to walk. And let me tell you, Candace just left me in the dust down here, you know. She is so friendly. She just ran right up the hill, right past. It's okay, though. I don't know if I'd want to go in the car with her anyways. Be weird. Pitched a tent. No, she did. She sat at the bottom of her freaking driveway for 3 days. Her and then she made the kids be her little slaves. Okay, so where's JodiSue's driveway? Right here? That's probably about right. Look how far. This, okay, hold on. How the hell would these kids wander onto? I don't think so. Trying to see if it will tell me. I guess that's not good. I mean, this is a huge property. I really doubt the kids were down on Ben Hill Road that much. I mean, I don't know. Has anybody said that the kids used to hang out? I mean, I know they went down to the creek there. And when I was at the creek, or there this last time, the creek was like pretty full and it was moving quite quickly. I was surprised. I didn't know it was that. I didn't notice that before, how quick the current was. She mentioned Indians in her alleged phone call. What? What phone call? So didn't Benny nearly die coming down it? Footprints are making me believe it's like that. It's a little one. Man, that would be a lot for a little tyke to walk, but that would be a lot. I don't know. I mean, suppose crazier things have happened. She was pretty weird acting when she was listening to the calls that were made and the questions asked. That's weird for someone that's not a suspect. Are you talking about the calls that were made today, Runt, by Benny? Yeah, I like it too, Brown Skittle, but sometimes I lose, like, it's like we've talked about it so much, so sometimes we get burnt out on it, but lately, well, not just lately, but at different points since her going missing, there's just been certain times where it seems like something happens that gets us, even more focused, on. I've never stopped covering summer. Like, everybody was into Gabby Petito, and I was really just not much into that case as everybody else was. I did get into it a little bit, but not as much as some of the other channels. Dear locals. Hey, Lucy Cat. I know, it's almost her birthday, too. I want to ask Don why he didn't email me back. Donald. I want to ask him if he got my emails. Or wait, didn't he say, wasn't he trying to say that he didn't get anything or they wouldn't give him any of his stuff while he was in there? Where did I hear that at? Her video, dear locals. Yeah, she just likes playing games too much. That's the thing too with Candace and Dawn that bugged me. But I do understand, like, one, because I kind of do the same things with my, like, the people that come in here give me a hard time, like, all the time. I kind of, like, will play along just because it just gets so old, you know? But when it comes to your child missing, it's different, I feel. And how soon early on they were making jokes of things. It's not like it was a year later. They were doing this stuff like a month, 2 months after. It's just strange. And it seemed like Dodd would like listen to, it seemed like he would change, not so much, he would change his approach, it seemed like almost like he would listen. He was too busy. If I were them, I would listen to nothing that YouTube had to say. But I would just turn it off. He would detach from everybody who has anything to do with YouTube. Because what's going to happen is people are going to contact him and be like, oh my gosh, this person said this on, oh my God, did you hear this? Did you hear that? Yeah, probably, Sherry, considering he thought, he's the type to do something like try to light the cat's tail, even though I thought it was probably more so like just like he wasn't actually going to do it. That's how I imagined that he was just playing around, just kind of. So sometimes I wonder, like, if that story was exaggerated or if he was just like being silly. But I don't know. There's other stories of him like throwing the cat to the dogs, Summer's kitten to the dogs for it. You remember that story? Like, these are, if we need to ask him, see if he'll admit to throwing a kitten to the freaking dogs to tear apart right in front of Summer. Do we forget this stuff? I think we do, including myself sometimes. So I like when you guys snap me back into reality, because I do all the time. I'll start to for some reason, when it comes to Dawn, oh, did she only say she was talking to law enforcement? She got nervous about, he called a lie detector test guy too and asked if he could give her one because she says she will pay for one. And she really got nervous acting about that. Hey, Diddums. What is this? Somebody just sent me something. Hold on, let me pull it up. do need to go. I keep standing up and sitting down because I get tired of sitting. But I'm going to see what this is. I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to show us here, but maybe you guys can help me. Okay, so this is on Andrews. Is this today? I wonder. Let's see. Somebody, I don't want to say their real name, but thank you for sending this to me. Was this today? I know Dit Dumbs is crazy. So it says somebody named Amber Lee says, hi, I am Allie's friend, and we would really like to speak to you. And then she said, Hunter lied. There is no concern. He's playing people. Abusive to his mom, threatens to hurt her, break her stuff. Allie told him he was not allowed to leave, and he did anyways. We are not bad people. H is aggressive and manipulates his mom, threatens her. But he does, then lies to everyone. Don't you think that I don't know. I would think that Allie would have I would think that Allie would be able to contact him. Does she not? Can't she just call him? Or do they not talk like that? Like if Allie and her friend Amber wanted to talk to Andrew, wouldn't she just call him? A couple days ago, okay. Psychopaths affect mostly empaths, codependent personalities. We sense the goodness in everyone, so it's hard to negotiate. I've got a good psycho radar now, though. Yeah, I can see that, Brown Skittle. It's a bunch of hogwash. Andrew was using to get people to understand how bad he has it, trying to be a dad. Right, they supposedly share a kid and all. H called Andrew and texted help. He said this Amber's boyfriend was bashing him up and his mom did nothing. The actual truth was he was threatening his mom because she wouldn't give him his PS5, but he manipulated it all. I saw H in a new light after this. Oh, where did you see this at, though? Was it just from what this lady said? Or do we know it to be actually true? No, they don't talk, but H talks to Andrew. So it's what Andrew says. Andrew's another one I don't understand sometimes. Like, he's been very nice and respectful to me, and I appreciate it. But he's a little bit of an opportunist, I think. who all came in the U-Haul truck from New York. Yeah, it was like Andrew, Jose, and yeah, like that's weird too. Like what the heck? Who does that? That doesn't make any sense. You know? Makes you wonder if it was really something else. I mean, the way Jose, I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody or anything, but the way Jose unalived himself makes me wonder if he was living with some demons, you know, or if he was living with some guilt or shame. Maybe that whole reason why they came down there was not actually because of the reasons they say. Because that's odd. How would they just, I don't know. Andrew later said that H.O. really exaggerated. He lied. You think it was something else? Does anybody else remember I thought it was like several, why am I thinking it was like several Mexicans? Am I wrong am I wrong? Is that not correct? Why was I thinking that it was like the ones that showed up at Candace's while Dawn was in, see, and that's another thing, guys. There's another clue, like, that possibly Dawn didn't know. Now, I'm not saying that's true, but what was Candace doing behind Dawn's back? Like, when he was in Utah, she has this, like, truckload of guys come down there. Could Candace have been doing things behind his back for money? Very strange trip. They were gonna move and they just couldn't. Just odd, right? That whole story, the way that Andrew described it, I wish if Andrew knows anything differently, if he knows of something that was up with that trip, I wish he would be honest. Because what about, Fred mentioning that white vehicle, the same type of vehicle same description of vehicle that was registered to Jose at one point, that was spotted hanging out around the end of Ben Hill Road, like three guys, I think he said. I wonder why they want to let Jose talk about what he did with his phone. Well, I know he said he threw it in the ocean, right? It did. I do remember Justin trying to keep him from talking. I don't understand that. How long did he stay? Let's see. Trying to remember here. Dawn came back in October of 2020. And the night he came back, he was arrested. That's how we know that. Does anybody remember when they arrived? Or how long he said they were there for? Okay, well, I'll probably watch them. Gosh, guys, this is like the old days. Yay, I'm back. Like, for real, for real. Not just here, like. Jose was saying she avoided DCS, so I don't know. It's strange. The case is closed because she avoided them so much, allegedly. No, I mean, I just feel like myself, like, I feel more like back to how things were when I first started my channel, so I don't know if I do have other ideas for, I don't know, maybe I should start another channel. But I don't know. I couldn't handle both of them. I'm really wanting to do some type of spiritual type channel or some type of channel that where I can help people. If I really want to do that, I feel like that's what I'm supposed to do. But I don't want to give up this. I seen this show the other day that was highlights of YouTubers from 2022, and you were on there with your giggle, and I started laughing. What? Who did that? You think he's a nothing burger? The screenshot on now where Amber is saying that they want to speak to Andrew was referring to Amber and her partner, not Allie. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jane. Yeah, country girl. And last night was really like the old days when Prayer Ground is on here. Because, having somebody on panel, it's been a while. And so maybe here after, maybe people will start coming back up on panel and stuff like that. I kind of got out of the habit of dropping the link because of all the people that would come up and just, it can get very tiring because I don't want to have to choose sides. A lot of times there would be fights and people would get mad at me because I want to freaking do something about it. And I didn't, and a lot of times I would have to choose like who to drop. And I didn't want to. I didn't want to be a referee. I just always keep hoping that you guys will work it out. A lot of times when I see arguments in the chat, I just act like I don't see them because, or I don't act like I don't see them. I just don't acknowledge them because I hope that I don't want to get involved because I hope you guys will work it out. I don't know. Conflict makes me nervous. It really does. And I do whatever, it seems like I do whatever it takes to avoid conflict sometimes. You believe the timeline for the Jose trip was off, but I believe they got to Tennessee in July. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, BK and TM going after like old days, right? But what's good now is that there's really, everything's out there about me. There's really nothing else like anybody can find out on me. I've kind of it just doesn't affect me much anymore. But it's hard for me I need to go on YouTube to kind of keep up with everything that's going on, which I've been really bad at the last few months because, well, I was taking a break. But it's tough because I don't want to see the negativity. You know, I want to go on and watch this stuff, but I don't want to hear people talking, you know, talking shit about me when it's supposed to be true crime, and you know, and it will piss me off because it's usually, especially if it's lies. Like if it's something that's actually true, like it doesn't bother me, but it's never like completely true. It's always fucking exaggerated or it's always lies. It seems like never 100% of the truth. So that makes you wonder, like, that's why it's so important on here. Like things spread like freaking wildfire. Right? I mean, I don't understand either one. Unless they know something, you know, we don't. Which I'm sure they do know stuff we don't, but I wonder if, I just hope they're onto somebody, but I feel like I've been saying this forever. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. This is crazy. How long am I going to go on like this with, you know what I mean? I guess as long as we have to. Yeah, I remember Dempsey talking about family alienation. That is definitely something I'm also very passionate about. But yeah, I wouldn't do a channel about that. But I do think parents should try to, should always put their kids first. There's so much of this parental alienation, and you know, using kids as weapons. It just is sick. It's horrible, and it happens like pretty much. It seems like 95% of the time in custody cases. It seems like it. I really don't like that shit. I think it's very damaging for kids. Now, it's one thing if you know your spouse is dangerous for your kids to be around. but falsely putting out things about him. I saw one of my trolls that goes, she goes by Amanda Hugging Kisses is her name. She used to go by Amanda Cason on here, Cason was her name on here, and then she's Amanda Hugging Kisses or whatever. Dude, she was stalking me on TikTok, and putting horrible things in my comments, and I looked at her profile, and one of her 2 posts was joking around about how to it was like a how-to guide on how to to win in a custody dispute against a guy, and it suggested accusing the guy accusing there being a sexual predator in the house of your spouse. Accuse them of being a sexual predator or something. I'm like, holy shit, people, God, that's like the most horrible thing to do. I just think that's terrible. It's terrible. Especially when it comes to, that's why it really upset me when people made up the lie about me accusing somebody of such thing, of SA. That upset me because I am so against that. I am so against false allegations like that because that ruins people's lives. And yeah, I'm not about that. Because of the disturbed ground thing. But that's nothing new, Truth Warrior, and I think you know that. Like, anytime anything new comes out, it always happens like this. But everybody will be freaking singing the praises of freaking Fred Hill in a couple months. Right now, nobody wants to listen to it just because it comes from my channel. I feel like don't judge him because of me. Because you don't like me. That's basically right, Brownscale. Then they changed it around to say, I knew they were going to do that, guys. I knew it. I even said that specifically on my live yesterday. I said, I know people are going to turn this into the Bones thing and try to say I said Summer was actually, I even said that during my live. So I find it hilarious that people came in here and kept pointing out and trying to argue with me that I said that, it actually was, that she actually was there. And oh my God. But really, as time goes on, every day I go live, I get more and more and more like used to this type of stuff. And soon it's just not going to faze me at all. I'm just going to, eventually I won't be probably speaking about anything in my life, not answering any personal questions. That's where it's like pushing me to, And that's probably the smartest thing anyways. But it sucks because I'm such a free talking person, transparent person. I don't want my heart to be hardened by YouTube either. But I feel like in a way it has. But it's really opened my eyes to a lot of things for sure. It's interesting though too. I look at the psychology behind it is fascinating to me. The way people, like how people, like watching how people change their minds about things and how they decide. Like the way you'll see a lot of subscribers follow the crowd. You know what I mean? I've seen a pattern of that, like where like what the person's saying is completely horrible and not okay, but yet because they're making it sound a certain way or saying it in a certain way, and they got other people to back them up, like next thing you know, just people go along with it. And it's actually a psychological, it is kind of like a phenomenon. It is definitely a thing to be influenced by, for your opinions to be influenced by those you're around, even in this type of community. I mean, we've seen it. Anyways, guys, I definitely have to go. This has been my longest live in like forever, but I am happy because it's like a good start to the year. I had a goal to start this year fresh, and Jim wouldn't want me like laying in bed for months and months and months, and so it's good to be back, guys. Be a leader, not another Jim. Yeah, I would like you guys to follow me, like be a subscriber, but you don't have to agree with me all the time. And just because, and I'm okay with you guys being I am okay with you guys being in other chats. I just don't, it's when people say, when people are two-faced is what, or say like horrible things about me and because people they know I don't really watch anybody. I just started recently going in people's chats. Like today I went in Daisy's, went to PG's yesterday for a little bit. I had to leave it, go to the store real quick, so I really wasn't wanting to go up on panel again or go up on a live. But I do owe her, and I will go and be a guest on PG's like whenever. I just don't want to do it right after I get off a live. Abducted from a ballpark in 1995 where I live. Her name is Morgan Nick, and she was 6 years old. She has never been seen or heard of since. So sad. Wow. Morgan Nick. Good night, Truth Warrior. Yeah, it's the same shit another day every time. And I'm kind of, Laura, I'm annoyed that you didn't call me back. But promise you guys, I'm going to keep at them until I get an actual statement from Fred himself. And I really want to hear him. I've never ever talked to him on the phone, ever. That was just the second time I've had her on the phone. I wasn't even expecting her to answer. Well, she didn't answer. She called back. So that was kind of shocking. But I am going to stay on him until I really want a statement straight from him. Not because things even get changed. Even if it is from Laura, I want to hear it from him because he's the one that claims to have witnessed this, or he's the one that overheard this or whatever. So I need to hear it from him directly, just like I want to hear from Chad directly, especially now more than ever when we got a new time. Now Candace was at the bottom of Fred's driveway at 4 to 4:30. It was 4:30 at 5. So that's why it's important. We have to talk to these people. Right, Brown Skittle? That's how I look at it. I'm trying to recondition my brain to look at the negative, like the negativity or the drama, or like people going live about me and stuff like that. I try to look at it as a good thing. I'm trying to recondition myself as a, and be like, well, I guess that's free advertisement, And you just like last night when Benny went live with me, I'm like, or went live about me, or was it last night or last night or night before? Anyways, it's like, hey, Benny's actually been getting a lot of views lately, so thanks, Benny, for the advertisements. I appreciate it. Because what happens is when people talk about you, people who haven't heard of you want to check out that person because they're curious. So appreciate it. That's what you said last night, just Samantha. That's true, country girl. There is definitely at least one channel that makes their income almost purely from me. And it's insane. Sitting there calling me a grifter while people have no shame. How can that stuff be exposed about you, like from Reddit, all those scams, and then you come on YouTube and make a living bashing a creator, saying, or I don't even like to call myself a creator because I'm not a creator. I don't upload content very much. I might be starting soon, but much more often, but anyways, make a living on negativity. That's some karma I don't want to come back to me. He didn't show for court. Oh, thank you, Brown Skittle. Yeah, where has Ernie been? Has he been on here lately? Yeah, see, I'm just trying to recondition. It's not me being like egotistical or narcissistic at all, because I'm like the most. I found it hilarious when Jason called me a narcissist recently, because I took every time I take those little like tests, I'm like the complete opposite of narcissist. Actually, I'm definitely much closer to a codependent than a narcissist. And I think anybody with half a brain can see that. He's in the hospital. Ernie is. He's a wanted man for not showing up for the van stuff. Oh no. Oh, thank you, Brown Eye Skill. Sometimes I get burnt out, but I've been feeling very rejuvenated and more, I don't know, re-energized. I feel inspired. I think there's some good things to come. I mean, gosh, there has to be. And not just for me, for several of you guys, because I know a lot of you guys have had a rough 2022 as well. And I mean, I just feel like can't be like bad forever. Do you go to the hospital so you didn't have to go to court? That's a good question, Samantha. Swifty would say, shake it off. Yeah, she has got a lot of. I can't imagine. Can you imagine being like that would be insane. You dealing with that kind of that. I mean, well, like Britney Spears. Can you imagine what it was like for Britney Spears when she first went through that like mental like breakdown? I can't imagine. That'd be like my situation times like a freaking a billion. If I come on here with a shaved head, you know why. He injured himself. Yeah, that's true. That's how I feel, Jane. Only way is up from here. And I also do believe in the power of positivity. It definitely does work, and you can manifest. I swear, I feel like I manifest things into my life. It's not about about being like psychic or anything. It's about if you constantly are thinking about or daydreaming about what you want, like eventually you're going to get it, because you're going to, well, as long as you take usually if you focus on it, you're going to make tiny steps on it towards it. And it just seems to work out that way, but it also can work out the opposite. It's very easy to get caught in a very depressed, like sad, down depression, and it's very easy to attract negativity to yourself too. But it works the other way. Damn, boyfriend lost that $5,000 they put up for bail. A healing reflection year. I don't know, country girl. Well, Brown Skull, I guess supposedly my purpose is to heal through my experience, through my past experience of like, I don't know where I heard that, but anyways, it does sound about right though. That's why I wonder if I should be going a different direction on YouTube, like more spiritual or more like a channel that is actually, it's more like a channel to come to for encouragement, I guess, or help. Like if you are dealing with addiction or if you're dealing with certain things in your life, I feel like I want to give people hope. No free Brian Facebook pages. Yeah, there's people that is actually even his public defender today on the news. I don't know if it was today, but I saw it today. What did not seem confident about him being innocent. Light workers unite. Yeah, if you're a Pisces, then you're probably a healer. All right, guys, we've been on for 5 hours. This is the longest live in a long time. So, but I'm going to try to be on every day. I know I've said that before, but I'm much more in a much better place. So, hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you guys tomorrow.